just start with the opening. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum's 12th edition. I hope that all of you enjoyed our first day of discussion and that you're ready for more insight and dialogue today. As we discussed yesterday, a shifting strategic landscape and Russia's persistent threats to European regional security mean that Europe as a whole is finally getting serious about its own continental defense and shouldering more to close the transatlantic burden sharing gap. Yesterday, it was the first day of thought-provoking discussions, ideas, and reflections and perspectives on how to think about the future of European continental defense, including from the perspective of rebuilding Europe's land power dimension, strengthening its air and missile defense, how to effectively integrate manned and unmanned assets, how to leverage technology and innovation to drive defense transformation, and how to counter Russia's shadow campaign and hybrid threats. We discussed many of the challenges and opportunities that the current moment presents both for European and transatlantic partners, and how European countries can come together to raise to this moment and through further cooperation, integration, and collaboration, secure the continent from both current and future threats. Today, we will cover even more ground, including a bit more focus on the U.S. perspective on the Transatlantic Alliance and how the American approach to European security and defense might evolve in the future, more lessons learned from the front lines of Ukraine's brave fight for survival and self-determination, how to secure Europe's sea and while reviving its maritime industrial capacity, and how to navigate Europe's nuclear dilemma between autonomy, alliance, and deterrence in the current strategic landscape. We will begin the day with a panel discussion focusing precisely on the U.S. perspective as a main driver of much of the change that is already unfolded and is unfolding in European defense. But also how the process of reevaluation of U.S. strategic priorities might further shape and influence how American allies might approach current and future developments in European security and defense. Should Europe expect a more limited involvement of the U.S. in existing European security structures? How will the Americans' approach to resolving the war in Ukraine further impact the trajectory of the war, particularly given that significant diplomatic pushes thus far do not seem to have affected President Putin's apparent intention to pursue, if not intensify, its war of aggression against Ukraine? How might European allies fill in potential gaps left behind by the shift in focus of American security policy? And what measures can be put in place or should be put in place if the idea is to transition from burden sharing to burden shifting when it comes to European continental defense? So as you can see, we have a lot to get through during the second day. Thank you once again for joining us. And without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of the first panel of the day, Jan Ciański, Senior Policy Editor of Politico Europe. Jan, please do join me on stage.
My name is Jan Ciański, and I'm the defense editor at Politico, based in Brussels. And as you can see, the panel today is Securing Europe, Transatlantic Strategies in a Time of War and Uncertainty. And I've been really looking forward to this panel because I think that until now we haven't really heard a strong American voice on these discussions. The WSF has the talk that I've picked up. There's a lot on reaction to Russia, the probing, what we're seeing with the drone probes, the overflights in Estonia, how NATO and the EU should respond to that. There's a lot of talk about support for Ukraine, what the West can do to help Ukraine. But it's going to be really good to get an American voice because the core of all of these issues of how to respond to Russia, how to support Ukraine, rests in a sense on the transatlantic relationship. And I think that hopefully we're going to get a good sense of the pulse of what is a changing transatlantic relationship. So we've got a really great panel with us today. We have Baiba Braja, the Foreign Minister of Latvia, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, who's the Presidential Envoy for Ukraine, Markus Mader, who is Switzerland's State Secretary for Security Policy, and Marcin Przydacz, who's the Secretary of State and Head of International Policy Bureau at the Chancellery of the Polish President. Very long title. So, welcome. I'd like to begin maybe on the newsier side of things with General Kellogg. You'd said a few days ago that President Donald Trump is mulling potential approval of long-range strikes by Kiev against Russian targets, and as well that he may approve the purchase of Trident missiles, Tomahawk missiles by Ukraine. Where are we with that? Can you bring us up to speed on what you're hearing from Washington on those issues?
Well, thank you. It's good to be part of the panel today, and thank you very much. To start with, this is the clarifier. I do not speak for the President of the United States, simply because he speaks for himself quite clearly, and he is the one who sets the policy of the United States of America, not Keith Kellogg. Let me start at the back and move my way forward. You asked about the comment about the Tomahawk missiles. The Tomahawk is a very advanced missile system in the United States. It's probably one of our high-end systems. You always read about it when we do a military strike somewhere in the world. It's generally led off by a Tomahawk missile strike. From what I understand, and I was not in the meeting, from what I understand, reading the public reports, is that issue of Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine was brought up by President Zelensky to President Trump at the UN General Assembly last week in New York City. There's been no comment either yes it's going to happen or no it's going to happen. The acknowledgement from, again, in the public reports is they were asked for. That is obviously something that has been picked up by the world press, obviously picked up by the Russians as well, simply because of the capability and the capacity of the weapon system. The weapon system is, in fact, by itself, to me, it's a game changer, only because how good it is, and somebody who's seen it used multiple times in multiple conflicts. So that's probably the biggest issue that came out of UNGA in the bilateral discussions that President Zelensky and President Trump had. By the way, I have to add this because it's a secondary comment, but it's important as well. The other meeting that occurred there, and I say this because I want to make sure it's understood, is the meeting between our First Lady, Melania Trump, and Mrs. Zelenska, Ilana, when they talked about the children, the 19,500 children that are numbered in The Hague. They've got them captured and bringing them home. Those are two big events that occurred as well. When it comes to the use of the weapon systems on the strikes, is President Trump. I just use his public comments that he's out there. In those comments, you can read about what he said about striking deep and about sanctuaries on what's happening, and those speak for themselves. And I let him do that. That's his call. So it's going to be whatever he makes the final decision as Commander-in-Chief. What's going to be. But I think the biggest news item is the one that you mentioned, was another advanced weapon systems that at least has been asked for, with absolutely no decision being made at all.
What's your sense of, if an approval like that comes, what's your sense of what that would mean for the war?
Yeah, I think, and by the way, this is just Keith Kellogg's personal opinion on that. It's not the administration. But I can go back to my military background. When you get an advanced system like that, the reason why it changes the dynamics of any military conflict is because you add another element of uncertainty or certainty, however you look at it, into the equation. And I think that's important because that's based off the weapon systems that you use. And because it's such a highly capable system, it's sort of like Storm Shadow or Scalp, a system that's out there, something very, very similar. It changes, that the dynamic changes because of its range, its capacity, what the target systems you'd use, the targeting you'd use. So those are the kind of things that change your discussions. And I think Peskov, who's the Russian spokesman, even mentioned it. And when you get Peskov's attention, whatever he says, at least you know that it's made some impact on their psyche.
You certainly seem to have woken up in Moscow and sort of raised a whole bunch of issues around the targeting, about if these systems are given to Ukraine, are the Ukrainians able to target themselves? Are the Americans involved in that? And what that would mean for sort of the signal that comes for the level of support that's coming from Washington.
Well, you made a comment, it's signal. You know, when the United States signals something, I don't use the United States. For example, if we send a carrier battle group somewhere, we send a signal. If you send our B-2 somewhere, be it Diego Garcia or whatever, before the strike into Iran, everybody was paying attention where are the B-2s at, or stealth bombers. So what you said, you used the word signal. It's right. It's the signal that you send because, militarily speaking, it's getting inside the mental framework of one of the protagonists in the fight.
Great, thanks. The theme of this panel is Transatlantic, and I'd like to ask Minister Braje, you're on the potential front lines, part of the most exposed part of the NATO alliance to Russia. First of all, how concerned are you about the recent U.S. decision to cut training for Eastern Flank countries? Do you, speaking of signals, is that sending a signal?
I think first on various capabilities provided for Ukraine, I think our preference is to see the effect on the battlefield and less talk and more outcomes. And I really don't care how Ukrainians take out those drone factories that currently are producing 8 to 1,000 drones per night, per day. And all the other stuff that Russians have. Ukraine has the right to eliminate legitimate military objects, and we need to supply them with whatever we have to make sure that they are able to self-defend. And then on the transatlantic, our relationship actually is not problematic with the US, and it's very open, very transparent, both in trade, in security, in defense, and everything. And I would like to praise actually our Polish hosts, not only for their generosity, but also for establishing that firm relationship with the new administration. So it's the same for us in the Baltics. For now, no decisions have been made on cutting something or eliminating something. Quite opposite, we have heard some good things from Washington, and that's the way we intend to continue. We fully support President Trump in his quest for peace in Ukraine, peace through strength. That's the way to go, which involves strengthening ourselves, making sure that we do, all of us, spend 5% on defense. In our case, it's 5% core defense spending next year. In other countries, it will be 3.5% core defense and 1.5% for resilience, cyber, and other enablers, enabling NATO's defense plans spending. Then it involves making sure that Ukraine is able to continue defending herself. That's the second pillar in peace through strength in our view. And third is constraining Russia, because our problem, our crisis is Russia. It's not Ukraine.
You said you've heard good things from Washington. What good things have you heard?
Again, they will be public when they become public.
Okay. There is talk of a potential U.S. recalibration towards the Indo-Pacific. Are you confident going forward of the U.S. commitment to NATO, to your defense, or do you sense a shift in attention out of Washington that could leave you vulnerable?
Listen, what we understand from this administration is they don't want to be the consumer of all our goods anymore. They want to be producer of goods themselves, not only of services. So the change in trade policies and everything else is quite understandable if you look from that perspective. And they also are not content with just being global security provider, while others are not investing what they should be investing, what they can invest, and what the situation requires. And that applies not only to the European allies, it applies also to Indo-Pacific and others. So from my visit to Japan, quite clearly we heard that the US ask for the Indo-Pacific partners is also quite substantial in terms of raising their defense spending, security investment, in response to the real-life challenges that they have, which is North Korea, which is Chinese aggressive and assertive behaviors, the military capabilities, the plans, the exercising, and everything that we are seeing in Indo-Pacific. So those are realities that are out there, and when you look in the future, they are still more prominent, those realities. And those theaters are interconnected. I mean, when we are seeing North Korean soldiers fighting in Ukraine, it was hard to imagine a few years ago, but it's a reality. Right. It's a reality.
Thanks very much. Minister Przydacz, what's the view from Warsaw on the health of the US-European or US-NATO relationship? The Polish president has politically a relatively close relationship with President Trump. Does that give you any insights as to his level of commitment to this traditional transatlantic relationship?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us today. You know, for Poland, transatlantic relations are absolutely on the top of our agenda. We need more Americans in Europe and more Europeans in America. That's the priority for Poland. Also having in mind what is happening in the eastern flank and all those challenges coming from the east. That's why constantly throughout the last 3 decades we've been advocating for more American presence in Europe, with a great success in Warsaw 2016 NATO summit and the first decision of deployment of American troops, which was expanded during the Obama first, then first Trump, then Biden, and now we are with the current Trump administration. And as for now, we do not have any negative signals with regard to that, just opposite. In the Oval Office on the 3rd of September, we've heard public statement of President Trump that the American troops will stay in Poland. And with a bit of strategic messaging towards Moscow, I think President Trump also said that there is a chance for further deployment of American troops. We don't know whether it will happen or not. It is also a job for us, for Polish diplomacy, to work on that, to convince them and to provide good conditions for American troops in Poland, because that's the biggest difference between the conditions in Poland and in other Western countries. That in Poland, it is rather on Polish taxpayer the cost of sanctioning of American troops rather than on American taxpayer. And I think it's a quite fair stance, and it is very well understood by President Trump, because what he's saying basically, he says, of course, America first, America has its own challenges domestically and challenges in the Indo-Pacific, and Europe is wealthy enough to pay a bit more for its defense, for its defense budget, its security. So throughout the last 1 year, but if you go back, we could hear that also in Obama and Biden's approaches. Europe should pay more for its security. It was in Newport 2014 we agreed on 2%, and it took a decade for us, for Europeans, to reach that level, and the world is in a completely different position now. That's why we agreed in The Hague to get 5%. I think the situation would be completely different, in a better shape, if Europe were able to fulfill all its commitments. American security umbrella is very much important, but I think there shouldn't be any free rides, I mean, in Europe. So I'm quite confident that if European allies are able to pay more for its security, the engagement of the US in Europe will be visible. Maybe not at the same level as it was before, but we can see that even in those negotiations with, I mean, Kiev, Moscow, Trump is very much engaged in this discussion. But what he needs to see is Europe stepping up and moving forward with regards to its own responsibility, and to help, of course, Americans to play their foreign policy in different parts of the world.
Thanks. Poland recently had the overflight by the Russian drones. About 3 were shot down. What is your assessment of President Trump and generally Washington's response to that incursion? To my mind, it wasn't as full-throated as one would possibly expect from Washington. But what's the view from Warsaw on that?
Well, you know, I'm the official of President Nawrocki's administration, so you cannot expect from me to publicly criticize our main ally. You know what was our stance? We took the decision to take the kinetic action, I mean, to shut them down, and the reaction of the entire alliance was very promising. We got support from every single ally, politically or in kind, fulfilling the Eastern Century program announced by the Secretary General. When it comes to the American reaction, there was a phone call between President Nawrocki and President Trump, and I was there listening what President Trump said, and said, guys, you had an incursion into your airspace, so it was your legitimate reaction to shut them down, absolutely, since it was a provocative step taken by Russia. So once someone is provoking you, then you need to react to that. But what we need to be aware, and it's the end of the quotation is my opinion, President Trump is in the process of negotiations. So when you negotiate, then probably you're trying to get the proper wording for every single action. So of course we would like to see maybe a bit more open, open comments from Washington, but we are happy with the political endorsements. We are okay with the fact that that there was a political clearance also to the entire NATO to react properly, and we will react whenever it's needed, because as we agreed in Vilnius summit, NATO summit, every single inch of NATO territory should be defended. So the reaction will be appropriate, and I'm pretty sure that both Americans and the European allies will not only acknowledge that, but they will say that it was a proper reaction.
Great, thanks. We've got a interesting addition on the panel because it's Switzerland, which is obviously part of the West, but slightly to the side historically. So I'd like to ask Minister Matter, while NATO rearms and the EU ramps up its defense spending, and there's this sort of a lot of conversation about where the state of the relationship with the United States, where does that leave neutral countries like Switzerland? Are you kind of on the outside of the window looking in? Are you part of the talks? Where are you going with this?
Yeah, first of all, I think you already stated the obvious. It's not obvious to have a Swiss representative on this panel for this topic. So thank you for the invitation. I think it gives me the opportunity to rectify maybe one or the other myth about Switzerland. Yes, we're not a member of NATO. We're not a member of the European Union. And at first sight, that makes us look very different. But when you have a closer look, I would argue we are actually not that different. We consider ourselves as an integral part of European security. We have the same values as our European neighbors. We have the same security interests, and we also share the same threat perception as regards to the European security situation these days. And yes, we adhere to the law of neutrality, because neutrality remains crucial for Switzerland's foreign and security policy, and it somehow has also become part of our national identity. And we have to accept that. It's part of our history and of our geography over centuries of European wars, a small state having to find a concept of survival in that. However, and I think this is really important, neutrality does not mean indifference, and it does not mean abstention. We are on the side of international law. We take clear positions, and in the case of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have condemned that from the beginning. We have also adopted the EU sanctions, and we support Ukraine. However, we have a different toolbox. We do not support in a military sense. This is not possible as a neutral state, but we provide diplomatic support, financial, humanitarian aid, refugee support, and all the things we can do within this framework. Where does that leave us regarding European security? I think we are, as I said, an integral part of it. We would like to support and provide or contribute to European security. And we talked a lot about unity yesterday and today, and we would like to be part of that unity. But I think in this unity there is also diversity. And I think Switzerland is a good example for this. We bring different assets or qualities to the table, not so much in the military realm, but with some other possibilities we can provide. And we can maybe dive into that later, but we do have ideas where we can make additional contributions to European security.
Does that leave you in danger as these as the defense budgets increase and these vast flows start to move and Europe rearms, that Switzerland, which has a significant defense sector, simply gets frozen out? That you're not part of the club, and so you're not going to be part of the EU rearmament programs. You'll economically lose out.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the spot. This is really a danger. It's also in the Swiss interest to make sure that we can be part also of the economic or more defense-related rearmament programs. And we have certain self-restrictions according to Swiss war material legislation. We cannot provide direct military export to countries at war. And that obviously, in a current situation in Europe, is a hindrance to our own defense industry. This legislation is now being debated in Swiss Parliament because a majority of our Parliament has identified this restriction and has identified the disadvantage we also put ourselves on. And I would say, optimistic, cautiously optimistic that our Parliament will be able to rectify that, to revise the legislation in a way that we can get rid of some of these restrictions. But it's in the hand of Parliament, and in Switzerland, political debates take time, but we have, let's say, we have identified the problem, not solved it yet.
Great, thanks very much. The first part, we sort of talked a little bit about more, I guess, the hard power side, the military supplies and that sort of thing. But I guess the transatlantic community since the war has also had a strong values base, that we're a community of like-minded countries that see the world in a very similar way. And so it's not just a transactional relationship, but we're actually friends and who can count on each other. So I'll ask General Kellogg, with the changes happening in the United States, with the direction that Donald Trump is taking the U.S., is that community of values of liberal democracy still function in NATO, or is NATO shifting to a more transactional relationship with a different United States than has historically been the case?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. What I mean by that is both. Stepping back just from some of the comments being made, I don't think, and I've served in Europe before when I was in the U.S. military, studied it, in school and everything. I don't think I've ever seen the alliance this strong in my career, in my life. I've never seen this united, and I think it's a real credit to all of the members. You brought up an interesting point, and I think it's a good one. And I think it's a Western value overall. There is a moral equivalence to what you do, and I think we've all, as people who've served in the West, live in the West, and know that it's a values-based system as well. And I don't think no one's moved away from that with the United States. They always see that. But the other part of it, and you said it because it's a great word to use, there is a transactional relationship. And that transactional relationship, and I'll use it because you brought it up earlier about, it goes back when the first Trump administration, when we talked about NATO, in the Wales Declaration. And the Wales Declaration was every nation in NATO would do 2.5% of their GDP on defense, of that which was 20% on modernization. That's transactional. When we came in 2017, after the 2016 election, there were only like 3 nations in NATO that were making that 2.5%. And now, and especially now being led actually by Poland, when they went up to the 5%, that's a transactional relationship. It's a quid pro quo. So the answer is yes on both sides. So is it transactional? Yes, it is. You put out the 2.5%, or you put out the 5%, we'll match the 5%. You do certain things, we'll do certain things. And Europe is doing that as well. At the same time, we all kind of understand there's a moral aspect to everything that occurs as well. But again, that's a Western value, right, and something that I grew up with, that most of the people in this room have grown up with, and you just kind of accept that as part of it. And I don't think there's any really sea change. I think if the question is based off on what's called America First, I was probably one of the first guys. The guy who leads America First is Trump, but I started in 2015 with President Trump. And I remember the first question I ever got from a reporter was a gentleman by the name of Benji Sarlin, who was at MSNBC in 2016, and he said, "Is America First isolationist?" And because he was thinking back to 1939 and the America First movement, which at that time was a very strong isolationist movement. I said, "No, not at all." He said, "It's what it says." It goes back to our American Constitution, where the 3 first words of the Constitution are "we the people," boldly put. And I said, it all depends on what's happening in America. You look at Americans first. If it's good for America, that's good for everybody else. And that goes back to the principles we had in the 2015-16 campaign. So your answer's a good one, but it's duality to it. The duality is it's both transactional and moralist-based out there. And I don't think they're in conflict with one another. I think they can be done and being interacted with both. But again, and I'll close this circle, but I think a real credit to the alliance right now is the unity that you see. And I said this last week. In fact, you were in the room when I said it. Last week we were UN General Assembly. I don't think Europeans, you realize how good you really are. You are really good at what you're doing. And you don't need, it's good to have the United States with you, in compliance, but you can handle things on your own pretty well. Okay? Sometimes it's sort of like, for lack of a better term, I'll give you, it's a crappy probably analogy, but I'll use it anyway. It's sort of like when my kids were learning to ride a bicycle, you started with training wheels. Europe doesn't need any training wheels. You're quite good on your own right now. And I think that's important to know, and the confidence that you're there. You can handle any situation that you get involved with. And I use not a diplomatic or an economic comment. I'll use a military comment about this. I'll just give you an example. And I'll use one because we brought up at the very start weapon systems. If you look at the most advanced fighters in the world, the F-35 and the F-22, what we call fifth generation fighters, today I can give you 6 European nations that have invested in the F-35 program. You can put up, or we'll be able to put up very soon, 400 F-35s in the air. The most the Russians can put up are 100. You can sweep the skies with the F-35s without a single American F-35 up. And when you look at things like what the Dutch have done, giving the F-16s to Ukraine, the shoot downs of some of those drones who have F-16s, it's there. And I would just say to the alliance, you're better than you think you are. And have a lot of confidence in that.
Great, thanks. I was sort of touching on approach to liberal democracy and political divides. Poland is very deeply politically divided. We heard, I guess, from one half of that divide yesterday, where the ministers from the government, Minister Przydacz is on the other side of that divide with the presidential administration, where sometimes conflict, sometimes the two sides get together.
That's democracy.
That's democracy. What's your view of how that political split in Poland, which I guess is sort of replicated in the political split that we see in the United States as well, how does that affect security policy, and how does that affect the relationship, the transatlantic relationship as well? These discordant voices coming out of Warsaw.
Well, I want to believe, and I'm pretty sure that it does not have a real negative impact on our security policy. When it comes to our security agenda, fulfilling the commitments of NATO, investing in our army, buying equipment, mostly American equipment, but also Korean and European and our own, there is a continuation. I mean, this what was started by the previous center-right government. There is a continuation under current administration, and President Nawrocki is continuing the mission of President Duda with regard to that. When it comes to the deterrence, and not only deterrence policy towards Russia, there is a continuation. When it comes to our support, political and not only political, towards Ukraine, there is a continuation. If there are any splits, of course, which are quite natural in democracy, as I just said, there are rather, with regard to the domestic things, European policy. I mean, the role of Poland and the status of Poland within the EU. There are some differences. The conservative parts thinks that we need to be a bit more, I would say, ambitious and active, rather than listening to what the Brussels says. The difference is that the conservative part thinks that the European Union. I mean, the owners of the European Union are the nation states, not the opposite. It's not the Brussels which is ruling the sovereign countries. It is just opposite. The sovereign countries should be ruling Brussels. That's the difference. When it comes to transatlantic agenda, I've just said it is on the top of our priority for conservatives, for sure. When it comes to the current liberal left administration, there were many things. Unfortunately, bad things said in previous times about President Trump, and it does not give them the chance to establish good personal contact with Trump's administration. So that's why probably they are very much concentrated on relations with Berlin, with Brussels, rather than with Washington. But having in mind what General said about the bicycle, so we can say that there are two wheels in this bicycle. So the president and the conservative party is working on the transatlantic agenda, while the liberal left, they are trying to establish even better relations with European allies, encouraging both parts of this Euro-Atlantic family to be active on the eastern flank, sanctioning Russia, supporting Ukraine, etc., etc. So from my perspective, it's rather a positive image rather than the negative one.
Thanks. Minister Braja, do you, you said that you think that NATO is strong, you don't question the American role in NATO. Do you still consider there to be a transatlantic community of values? And do you also have the sense that, you certainly pick it up looking from the outside, that there's a lack of certainty among many European countries as to predicting policy shifts in Washington, and for example, when after Alaska, when there's this rush of European leaders to Washington, so you get a sense of the delicacy of the relationship, that no one's quite certain of the ground on which they stand on, and what the direction is going forward. Do you pick that up as well? What's your view on that?
Let me start by saying that one day I would like to see the Swiss F-35s also taking down the Russian drones above Poland. But
I think that qualifies as a zing, right?
And that's about values. The values in NATO is indeed, that's what it is about. When you look at NATO's Atlantic Charter, Washington Charter, is just 14 articles, very clear articles, very short, one of the best legal texts I've seen. But what people forget is that NATO is based on the UN Charter, United Nations Charter, Article 51, the right to self-defense, individually or collectively. And that is the very essence of NATO. It's a defense alliance. So it's self-defense. And that's the same article Ukraine is defending herself on. And that's why when the war started, one of the first things NATO did was to call together all the legal advisors to understand where in international law, how far can we go in providing aid, military aid and other aid. And it was very clear. Providing military aid for self-defense does not make you a party to the war. And that's both for our Swiss colleagues, but also for other neutral countries who are not yet providing military aid to Ukraine. And in our view, part of those transatlantic values is to provide military aid to Ukraine. Whether that's authorization of certain weaponry, whether it's money, whether it's actual kit, and all the other stuff that a country implementing UN Charter's Article 51 needs. And that's what, for me, is transatlantic values.
Great, thanks. Minister Matter, you, interesting comment there a second ago. Is there a debate in Switzerland to follow the track of Sweden and Finland and simply, as part, just join the Western Alliance, join NATO? And should there be?
When you look at the polls in Switzerland, there is no majority for a NATO membership. But what is interesting is that for the last several years, there is a clear majority of the population which supports even closer cooperation with NATO and with, let's say, with Europe in the security and defense sphere. And this is what actually we would like to exploit. We are intent on increasing and intensifying our cooperation, both bilaterally and multilaterally within Europe. And I think we're on a good track there within the framework I have described before. And one interesting thing is, just maybe a small anecdote. We had the visit of the Supreme Allied Commander Europe a few years ago in Switzerland. At that time it was General Gavoli. And he actually visited Switzerland about a half year after taking this post, and he requested this visit, and we felt privileged. But when he arrived, we asked him, why did you choose to visit Switzerland without even having visited all NATO members? And then he told us that he described the map of his military strategic responsibility, and he showed us this picture of, you see, it looks like a donut, and in the middle of this donut there is a hole. And me, as the Supreme Allied Command Europe, would like to understand the security and defense posture of this area, and I would like to have a relationship of trust with Switzerland. And this is also in the interest of Switzerland. So it showed us that there is things we can actually provide, and I think this is even more important in in an age of hybrid and grey zone activities. There is not just one front. All the terrain, all Europe is important. As we see, there are certain activities which can happen in different places, and we would like to intensify this cooperation in security and defense. We are in the process of finalizing a new ITPP, so the partnership program between NATO and Switzerland, and that's on good tracks. We are also trying to increase our cooperation with the European Union in security and defense related issues. And as our colleague from Lithuania mentioned before, Latvia, we are in the process of purchasing the F-35. And I think this is also an important bilateral cooperation with the United States, which has been well established for many years and which we are confident will be maintained in the years ahead.
Thanks. Minister Braja wanted something, but we'll also take questions. So if you've got a brief question, please get it ready, put your hand up, and I think we have a microphone that'll be going around. And if you also identify yourself, and we'll have that right after Minister Braja.
No, absolutely. As for SACEUR having in his AOR area of responsibilities that sort of unclear point I remember from my NATO times that we were discussing and wondering, you know, what's in the times of the war, how best to proceed. So it's great to hear that there was this exchange. But on just to finish up on the Baltic, US and transatlantic relationship, I would like to underline that it's such a comprehensive relationship. I mean, we have large Baltic communities in the US. We have US present in the Baltics in various ways. And in foreign policy, we are 3 of the 36 countries not recognizing Palestine, and we don't intend to do so in the nearest future unless something substantively changes. And we see this push for peace in the Middle East that we saw last night as a very welcome development. If that leads to the proper two-state solution, I think that will be one of the best news for all of us possible. And, you know, also on the energy economic field, in the security field, the relationship is so deep and comprehensive that transatlantic sort of partnership, alliedship with the US is what probably characterizes the Baltics, and I guess Poland the most among all.
Great, thanks. And if there, do we have the microphone? Yes. So, there's a hand right there. So.
Good morning. My name is Alexei Minshonek. I'm from Belarus. I'm an independent journalist of Zerkalo media outlet. General Kellogg, I want to ask, is it a good deal for United States if Belarus releases fewer political prisoners that it takes hostage? At the beginning of September, it was less than at the end of September after minus those released with help of US. What do you think about this?
Sorry, that there's more political prisoners now than there were at the time of the deal with the Lukashenko government. Gotcha.
Well, I think we all know who President Lukashenko is, and we understand what's happening in Belarus. Let me give you a little bit of a background on that. Is to President Trump's credit, he has reached out to a lot of different people to try to get some type of resolution on this war, and we want to make sure that we have multiple avenues of approach, not just one. So in Lukashenko, we know, talks to President Putin a lot. We're not sure what he says, but we know that he talks to him. When we initially started to go there, and the gentleman who actually set this up was a gentleman by the name of John Cole, who's actually my deputy, was one of the lawyers for President Trump in a lot of the social media cases that are going on. And when we went into Belarus, and he went in initially, and he got some of the prisoners out, I think it was 14 was the first one, as this American saying goes, we just didn't fall off the turnip truck. You know, we know that if he releases one, he probably picks up 2 more. But what we did, we established a relationship to ensure the lines of communication were open so we could make sure all of our messaging was being passed to President Putin. That was the reason we did it. We weren't going in there initially to get political prisoners out. They started with 14, then they got more the last time they went in. And he has well over 1,000 political prisoners. And getting them out is an upside to what is going on. And we know that. So understand in diplomacy the reason we did it. There was an ulterior motive to make sure. And we've established that relationship. There's nothing wrong with not talking to adversaries or friends as well. I believe that was one of the mistakes of the last administration when, for example, our U.S. President, President Biden, didn't even pick up the phone and talk to Putin at all about the war. Well, when you get involved in diplomacy, that's wrong. You've got to talk to your adversaries. I mean, my experience and my knowledge and my study of history, that's done all the time. So that's the reason we did that. So we also are not naive. We know exactly what he's doing. Don't think for a minute that we're not. We are. So, but we're trying to think of an ulterior motive, what we're trying to do. We're trying to accomplish something. And part of that accomplishment, the overall objective of that was not to free political prisoners. The overall objective was find a resolution to the best way we can to the war between Ukraine and Russia. How do we do that? And how do we make sure that the messages we're being sent to Vladimir Putin are consistent with the message that have gone to other circles? I don't care if it's Kirill Dmitriev. I don't care if it's Ushakov. I don't care if it's Lukashenko. The fact is making sure those messages come across. So understand why we do that. You know, don't think of the hostages issue. Of course we know he's going to take hostages. You know, in all probability, he gives one up, he takes two back. Understood. But we're going to give up. And to give John Cole, my deputy, full credit for what he's doing, that he's actually been able to bring out numerous numbers of those prisoners. And if we got just one, it's a win. And so we've got a lot more than one. So to me, I give him full credit for what he's done.
Great, thanks very much. Is there another question? Right there?
Hi, my name is Amanda Rifkin-Hassler. I'm Latvian-American. I'm also working with my husband, Georg, to set up a burn security dialogue. This question is for our Swiss panelist. Having lived in Switzerland the last few years, observed rather tedious debates around the acquisition of the F-35, watched the Patriot missile batteries intended for Switzerland go to Ukraine, as they should. What is the plan for when there's actually hostilities, as they have initiated them in Switzerland? And what do you say to somebody like me, whose husband would be certainly called up to fight in the event of, and is currently not here because he's in operational training?
I didn't understand the second part of the question acoustically. Could you repeat that?
Yes, and what do you say to somebody like me, whose husband would certainly be called up to fight in the event that there are an outbreak of hostilities, and who isn't here now because he's currently in operational training?
With what country?
Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
So regarding the F-35 and Patriot, yes, the deliveries for the Patriots meant to be for Switzerland had to be reprioritized. Of course, that's a challenge for Switzerland, but I think in the grand scheme we understand it's for the good of European security, and we are in close discussion with our American partners and also our German partners to make sure that we find a way to actually train our troops without losing time and then be ready for a later delivery. So all in all, I think this is something we can manage. And regarding the F-35, we do not expect any delay in the delivery. The program is going on. When you live in Switzerland, you surely have followed the debate about the financing. And I think there are certain solutions to make sure we can abide by the parliament's and the population's decisions. And the Ministry of Defense will come up with a solution or with a proposal by the end of November, December.
Great, thanks. We probably have time for one or two more questions. Any more? Yes, one right on the side over there.
Thank you. My name is Jacob. I cover American politics in Danish. Question for you, General Kellogg. Given Trump's recent statements potentially delivering Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, is it your personal opinion that Donald Trump is now more firmly on the side of Ukraine than he was early in his presidency?
No, I think he's been. I think it's. You asked my personal opinion. I'm glad you said that because it's not policy. Because that's the president's lane. I think he's been meaning President Trump. I think he's been exceptionally balanced, and that's what he tries to do. He tries to be as somebody who's, for lack of a better term, I'll use it, as an intermediary. You can't, to get to a final decision, or to get to an agreement. He's trying to make sure he's got a balanced view on both sides. When I say, anybody who's ever been involved in negotiation at a diplomatic level understands that you can't just go to one side or go to the other side. That's not how it works. And so the negotiation, how he does it, it's his own style. It's a very personal style, which he's always had. There's really no secret to it. I've always advised people. I said, if you really want to know how to work that, read what he's written. Read The Art of the Deal or whatever that's, or a book called Crippled America, or whatever you want to call it. It kind of shows how President Trump works, the actions he's going. So it's a balanced view, and I think that's good. And that's the reason why he's been able to talk to President Putin up in Alaska. He's been able to talk to President Zelensky, both in the White House and just last week when they were at the UN General Assembly up in New York City. So I give him full credit for that. I mean, he's got a style. It's a very personal style, and he does a good job with it. But I think he's going. He sits and he runs right down the middle, and that's in a public statement. That's the best thing I think he could do. He lets the hard work be done by others. Meaning, I don't mean that in a negative way, but it's like anybody. If you're involved in business, that's the reason why you have a COO, Chief Operating Officer, or action officers involved. They do what we call in America, they call it scut work. Do the hard work, and then the CEO of a company or the leader of a company, president, chancellor, prime minister, will come in and close the deal. So it's stylistic, but I think it's very, very important that you have to be as impartial as you can to get to a relation to bring both sides to a table, both sides that are frankly very intractable right now, which is understandable. I mean, you have to sit back and kind of take a deep breath and look at it. It's a great question, but I think there's a lot of nuance to it that when you're involved in either diplomacy or even in business as well, you'll see at the end state and how it's done.
Great, thanks. I think we have time for one very, very short question at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is Irina Zuckerman. I'm from the United States. My question is to General Kellogg. There is a concern that lifting sanctions on Belarus will help Russia circumvent sanctions. What is the administration's position on this?
The sanctions on who?
Belarus.
Belavia, on the Belarusian airline. That would be a circumvent the aviation.
You're talking about the sanctions on the airline. When we went in and talked to President Lukashenko, and I was there with John Cole, when we actually went into Minsk and we talked about it, it's really pretty simplistic. It's what I mean by that is, when you talked about the airline is primarily flies Boeing parts. The preferred option is that their airplanes don't fall out of the skies. Okay. Now, the second part of that, because there's an underlying comment to that. That was when we were at UN General Assembly last week. We talked about it. The other one is you fix your airline so your airplanes don't fall out of the sky, but they also don't use them for other purposes. For example, flying migrants into Belarus and then they cross the borders. And sometimes that happens. That is the sense. Okay, we see what's going on. don't take us as fools, but the comment we make to them is fix your airlines so you can fly your airplanes with parts that are primarily Boeing parts, and you lift that sanction, that part of it, and this was fully discussed, but you don't use them for nefarious purposes. So that's the bottom line.
Great, thanks. And I think that we are smoothly coming to the end of our panel. I'd like to thank the panelists for taking part. I guess as a final comment, I was struck by General Kellogg by what you were saying, which I think sort of hits at the heart of where we are with the transatlantic relationship. You were saying that Donald Trump wants to take a balanced view on both sides with the Ukraine war. And I guess this is one of the potential shifts is, should the U.S. be taking a balanced side, or should the U.S. be an ally of Ukraine, which means you can't be balanced because you are fully in one camp. And so I guess that's the thought going forward is the U.S. fully in the camp, or are they shifting to a different position, which is, I think, something that we're going to be looking at over the rest of the Warsaw Security Forum. I'm kind of leaving.
I think the question you had there is a good one to answer is, when you talk about balance, I think when you're a negotiator in diplomacy, you have to have balance. And I would say, very simply put, how much equipment, when you talk about balance, how much equipment is the United States military sending to Russia to use against Ukrainians? None. How much are they sending in supporting the alliance to Ukraine? So when you look at a leadership level, I think if anybody who's ever been involved in negotiations, you understand you have to have a balanced view to make sure you can bring to a conclusion. The biggest thing we want to do is stop the largest land war in Europe since World War II. And this is a war at industrial strength with over hundreds, not 1,000 or 2,000. We're talking hundreds, plural, of thousands of killed in action there. Afghanistan, Russians came out after losing 18,000. We left Vietnam after losing 65,000. We're now talking of the level of death and dead and wounded on both sides have eclipsed 1 million. Stunning. And so I think this war needs to come to an end to some way.
Thank you very much on that closing note, and I'd like to thank the panelists for taking part, and to the audience.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Defense Track, where we reconvene following the Night of Freedom Award ceremony honoring Minister Stoltenberg, immediate past Secretary General of NATO. And now we will transition into the next segment of our Defense Track program, inviting Warsaw Security Forum's General Partner remarks. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Stephen O'Brien, President, Northrop Grumman International. Stephen, please join me on stage.
Hello, everybody. I'm Steve O'Brien from Northrop Grumman. Before I go to remarks, we've all been at these international conferences before, and I enjoy them as much as everybody. The one I went to about 10 years ago had all our allies and partners, but at that time, I was head of the F-35 program and the international portions of it. And we go to these international conferences, and just about every one of the air chiefs of the world was there, including the Chinese air chief. So we went to dinner last night, and it reminded me of the dinner with the air chiefs, and we do that. At my table, we had the Danish chief, the Italian chief, and the British chief, and they were all F-35 partner countries, and we said hello, and we had the Chinese chief with us as well. And that Chinese chief had an interpreter, and we've all sat at those tables like last night, and you greeted him, everybody, and we went back to our groups and had our small group discussions. At that table or at that night was about 1,000 people, so you had 100 tables of 10 people. And they were giving awards, and I was fortunate enough to give one of those awards. So they announced my name, Steve O'Brien, the F-35 program. By the time I got back to my table, the Chinese chief has switched places with the Italian chief and the UK chief, and he's sitting next to me. But at this point, there was no interpreter, so the Chinese chief apparently spoke English fairly well, and he asked me a few questions. One was, Steve, I love the F-35 program, and I kind of looked at him and said, me too. And he looked at me and goes, Steve, I would love to have F-35 in my Air Force. And the Chinese chief kind of laughed, and so did I. And I thought to myself, I'm in business development. So I asked the Chinese chief, how many do you want? And he kind of looked at me and laughed and he goes, Steve, I need just one. And it's great to be here at the Warsaw Security Conference because you're with allies and friends on that. And for today, as we speed to build Europe's defense industrial base, to address existential threats, we must be clear-eyed about the future. We should agree what NATO needs a decade from now, what we need 2 years from now, and what we must avoid in the future. We all want NATO to have forces that have a strategic advantage on the battlefield. Like you, I don't believe in fair fights. I want our forces to have an unfair advantage. To do that, industry must deliver the most advanced technologies possible. We must build a robust, sovereign defense industrial base across NATO members and nations. Political and economic realities demand no less. As a transatlantic industry, we must avoid investing in capabilities that reinvent the defense wheel, especially if that wheel is delivered late to need. At Northrop Grumman, we believe allied industrial collaboration is essential to delivering discriminating technology and to building sovereign defense capability. Technological leadership and industry partnerships are the core of our business strategy. For decades, Northrop Grumman has stood alongside transatlantic allies as the industrial partner of choice to build and deliver increasingly advanced capabilities, such as IBCS, the F-35, and NATO AGS. Today, that trusted partnership remains essential as we face an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape. This year, we've signed numerous agreements with industrial partners across Europe, the Middle East, and Indo-Pacific. Industry partnerships secure jobs across allied defense industries and are key to equipping defense forces at speed and scale. At Northrop Grumman, our 100,000-person global workforce specializes in high-demand security areas for the national will of our partners. We are laser-focused on meeting our allies' call for increased advanced and interoperable capabilities across a wide range of technologies, including hypersonics, integrated air and missile defense, counter-UAS, autonomy and AI, advanced weapons, space, and sixth-generation fighter aircraft, just to name a few. Our NATO partners look to build their sovereign industrial capability. We are committed to helping where we can. We challenge the suggestion that building a stronger European defense industrial base means disconnecting from the United States. Trusted U.S. capabilities are ready now. They benefit from billions of dollars of investment in their development. Collaborating on the delivery and sustainment of these capabilities is a natural step to building sovereign defense industrial capacity in the medium term. There are considerable financial, time, and interoperability benefits that come from continued transatlantic partnership. As we face complex threats together, these relationships and trusts we've built will be essential to our shared future. Now is the time for increased technological and industrial cooperation. As a trusted partner, Northrop Grumman is committed to shaping the future of defense with you and together global security. We are truly grateful to be part of the Warsaw Security Conference and appreciate your partnership. Thank you for your time.
Great. Well, thank you to Stephen and Brian for the contribution and perspective. And now it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Alina Woloshina, Partner, Head of Advisory in Poland and Deal Advisory in CEE, and Tudor Grecu, Head of Defense at KPMG CEE. Alina, Tudor, please join me on stage.
Hello. There was a very nice conference on each of the day. This is the second day. And the sentence which we hear here is resilience, agile, speed of the investments or the needs to be stronger and response to the situation which is changing over the night, over the day actually. So what we'd like to discuss today is also in our opinion, the critical for this agility, for the resilience, is involvement of the private sector. So, dual use we see as mobilizing the private sector is a critical for achieving this roadmap which we are hearing on this conference call, and we're hearing everywhere actually where we are meeting and talking about defense sector. So dual use, I mean, we see a lot of investors talking, speaking, thinking about being part of these changes. looking for also the structure which makes for them sense to be the part of this spending, and the supply which is needed for the building the strong defense sector in Poland, also in sea. What critical is for dual use. I mean, despite the fact of the willingness, despite the fact of the strong interest, the critical is the defense sector definition of roadmap, because no one would invest or spend the money if there is no assurance that the whatever would be produced, whatever would be delivered by private sector, it will be needed. It will be there would be long-term good purchase contracts from the Minister of Defense, which will assure or give the confidence to the even financial institutions which would like to support this investment, that there is no open market risk. Over the last couple of months, this is my last maybe sentence before my colleague jump in, is that the financial sector absolutely changed their mind in many fields. They start opening the decision process to invest in the actual dual use, in the supporting the private sector and also public sector in many fields of the building the not only infrastructure but also the equipment, the weapons, which was not the presence or a situation even a year ago. So this is the quick adoptions of everybody in private sector, public sector and financial sector to the changing situation around of us. And my colleague will focus on the infrastructure of Maritime, which is also connected with the panel which will follow us.
Thank you, Alina. Ladies and gentlemen, a distinct privilege to address you today. Exploring further on the dual use investment opportunities, I'll focus your attention today to the Black Sea region. And in doing that, I will start with a statement. The Black Sea nations, this area, is a region that you will remember, recall, and witness as the region for investment at this intersection between defense, infrastructure, and resilience. The Black Sea region is today at a pivotal moment in its evolution, and this pivotal moment is generated by the interconnection between geopolitical tensions, the strategic alignment between EU and NATO, and not the least because of transformative developments in energy, like, for example, the Neptune Deep, a cornerstone in Europe's energy independence. That being said, the reality is stark. The Black Sea region is unstable and contested, and it will remain so until Russia is defeated and returns to the status quo before 2014, or a peace, a sustainable one, will be reached between Moscow and Kyiv. Before that, and in fact today, considering the EU and NATO membership, considering the skillful workforce in engineering, the fact that these nations, the Black Sea nations, are close to the operational theater, the increased access to incentive and funding, for example, the one through SAFE, this actually positions each of these Black Sea nations in a unique status for investment in aerospace, in land vehicles, ammunition, cyber defense. We actually already see positive development. We see it through offset agreements, industrial cooperation. We see it through joint ventures between local entities and Western primes. But this is just the beginning. What we do at KPMG is that we connect stakeholders, and we connect them across private, public, expert domains, and we do that having in mind not only an investment that proves effective, but we do it with a systemic impact in mind. What we provide at KPMG to our defense partners is a dual advantage. On one hand, we have a global reach and expertise coming from a trusted international network. And on the other hand, we have a very deep knowledge of our local markets through our independent national expert teams. For those of you that have the power to think long-term in an investment and that are able to select wisely your partners in CE region, including the Black Sea nations, I think this region is not only a strategic opportunity, it will actually have a strategic impact on your businesses, on your investment cycle. I would kindly invite you to explore further, maybe privately, these opportunities. And I would like to thank you and to thank the organizers for having us here. Have a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alina, Woloshna, and to the great crew for your intervention. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Benjamin Tallis, Head of Thought Leadership at Helsing. Benjamin, please join me on stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back on stage at the Warsaw Security Forum. Last year, I was here as a think tanker. This year, I'm here as head of thought leadership at Helsing, Europe's largest defense AI company. We were founded in 2021 to use AI to protect democracies and to secure technological leadership in a hostile and geocompetitive world. And that world has only become more hostile and more competitive since 2021. People in this audience need no further telling of that. It's been the theme of this conference. But thankfully, Helsing has also grown to rise to that challenge. Not even 4 years after founding, we now are 900 people working around Europe, in Germany, in the UK, in France, in Spain, in Poland, in Estonia, in Sweden, and of course, in Ukraine, where we've been proud to be able to learn on the front line and contribute to helping to win the struggle, the war that will define our continent's security future. And those people in those countries are working to deliver what we call autonomous mass. We think that mass is going to be key to fighting the way that we want to fight, not to fighting the way that Russia fights, not to get stuck in an attritional war, a brutal attritional war of high human cost, which no democracy should want to enter into, let alone try and struggle through. And so to deliver autonomous mass, to use AI for military purpose, to secure our free futures, we work across different domains. In the land domain, our Ultra reconnaissance strike platform combines with our HX-2 loitering munition system, mid-range strike drones, able to operate in GNSS-denied environments, battle-proven software that works in Ukraine, that gets through the electronic countermeasures and hits the target with precision and power. In the sea domain, we want to turn the lights on underwater, using mass precision sensing to remove the stealth advantages of submarines, to see very clearly what is threatening us and to be able to strike to deal with that, to protect our underwater infrastructure, but also to change the game of anti-submarine warfare, using small autonomous gliders capable of 3 months autonomous operation with edge computing that sends back reports of suspicious activity within 10 minutes to centralized control. And because of distribution, that sensing capability is far greater than a single high-powered platform. This is the future: affordable, attritable, agile mass, using the benefits of edge computing to realize all of the quest for sensor and data fusion that we've had since the 1990s, but were never able to achieve because of technological limitations. Well, we've now broken through those technological barriers. We can use AI processing on these platforms to deliver the kind of sensing that we need in order to make better decisions faster, and we can deliver the firepower to act on those decisions. In the air domain, I'm sure many of you know that our AI fighter pilot, Centaur, flew a real Saab Gripen over the Baltic Sea in a beyond visual range combat simulation earlier this year. That's a moonshot moment for European defense. Our cooperation with Saab is a real testament to what cutting-edge technology and established companies can do when we work together with clear purpose and common vision for securing Europe's future. And that project was only possible because of the investment we've made into artificial intelligence. We've managed to create one of Europe's most strong concentrations of AI talent. We've brought back talent to Europe for Europe. The head of our AI program used to be the head of Meta's AI program. He's now turning his talents to the task of our times. And it's that mission commitment that runs through our company. It's the reason I joined Helsing, why I stopped my work as a think tanker to move over, to actually be closer to where the rubber meets the road. And the testament of that investment in AI, in talent and in compute, is that Centaur, that AI fighter pilot, was an idea on the 1st of September last year. By May the 28th this year, it was flying a real Saab Gripen. We've now expanded that, going into 2 versus 2 beyond visual range combat. And you may think, for a company that had bought an aircraft company and had developed an AI fighter pilot, what was the next step? Well, that next step was revealed in Bavaria last week. Our UCAV, the CA-1 Europa, Europe's first potential sovereign, uncrewed combat aerial vehicle, to bring autonomous mass into the air domain. And the kind of discussions we've heard at this conference with experts, former SACEUR, General Breedlove, General Walters, General Hodges, former US Land Commander, they can clearly see the potential that autonomy brings and that mass brings. But we're acutely aware at Helsing that it's not technology itself that brings military change. It brings the possibility of change if we get our doctrine, our operational concepts, and our force structures right in order to be able to properly adopt, integrate, and effectively employ new technology. And the only way that happens is if our militaries get this technology in their hands at scale, to play with it, to experiment, to exercise, to test, and to train in ways that allow them to fully understand the capabilities that the new technologies offer. That's the history of military innovation. If we think about it, we only realized that the aircraft carrier was an offensive weapon in 1929. We'd had aircraft carriers since 1918, but it required Captain Joseph Reeves on Fleet Problem 9 to be able to say, hang on a minute, I can use this air wing on my plane to attack the Panama Canal in this exercise. And a new doctrine of naval warfare and naval aviation was born that later, through further development, became crucial to winning the war in the Pacific. But for Reeves to be able to do that, he had to have the aircraft carrier. He had to have the technology and be able to use it. It had to be integrated into wargaming. It had to be integrated into exercising. And that's what we need now in Europe, is to be able to get new technologies out of the innovation corner and into programs of record, which can then get them into the hands of our militaries at the scale we need to train, to test, experiment, and exercise, and develop the ways of fighting, the new European way of war that we actually want to wage in order to be able to not have to. We need to be able to effectively use that asymmetric advantage that new technology brings. If we try and match Russia, tank for tank, barrel for barrel, person for person, we'll be running their race, and we would lose. If we play to our strengths, and we turn those strengths in innovation and in advanced industrial capacity into true competitive advantages, this is how we win, and how we win on our terms, and it's how we secure our future. So at Helsing, we see ourselves very much as part of the forefront of this movement towards developing the autonomous mass, the intelligent capabilities that will actually allow us to leverage those strengths. But to do so, we also need a defense industrial revolution in Europe. We know that we haven't always been great at producing large quantities of defense capabilities fast. That has to change. And that's why Helsing designs with AI in mind from the word go. We design for it to be mass producible from the word go. You make different decisions if you're designing in that way. Because you shift the complexity onto the software, you can make the hardware very simple. The hardware becomes, in effect, a carrier for the software plus the effector, the warhead, or the sensing payload. And if you do that, and you can produce at scale, we will stand a chance in Europe. But that has to come with a mindset shift that sees this also as part of our continent's renewal, as part of the revival of our economies, and part of the renewal of our technological leadership that actually gives us that credible hope of a better future, which is democracy's calling card, our unique selling point when we're at our best. And it's recovering that spirit that we actually can master the challenges of our time that Helsing sets its talent to. And as part of that endeavor, we are extremely keen to engage with industrial partners, with governments, with militaries, and with intellectual partners of the kind that we find at this conference and others. And that's my role as head of thought leadership at Helsing, to really make sure we are part of those conversations, be it in partnering to develop the military doctrine that we need to deliver advantage, or making sure that we're aware of the kind of conversations that you're having, to understand what the challenges are that we have to overcome in general and very specifically to our industry. So, together, we look forward to working with all of you to help ensure that we do use AI to protect our democracies. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again to Benjamin Tallis and to the other representatives of the Warsaw Security Forum general partners for their opening contributions. And now we continue our program with our next panel discussion focusing on how to secure Europe's seas while reviving its maritime industrial capacity. On this next panel, which is brought to you in partnership with the New Strategy Center, we will discuss how to match and contain Russian assets in key water regions around Europe, how the Russian threat presents itself differently in different maritime theaters, and what leadership and capabilities can the navies and shipbuilding industries of various European allies, particularly Poland and the United Kingdom, might contribute to securing European waters and transforming Europe's shipbuilding and maritime industry in a way that aligns with and directly supports these newfound security imperatives. To moderate this fascinating next panel discussion, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Antonia Colibasanu, senior expert with the New Strategy Center in Romania. Antonia, please join me on stage.
Hello, everyone. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome everyone here to discuss a very important matter considering the challenges that we are facing in Europe these days. And with me on the stage, from left to right, is Admiral Marcel Nicolae from Romania, Admiral Krzysztof Jaworski from Poland, Admiral Rex Cox, and Mr. Matt Wixell, both from the industrial side, so operator and shipbuilder, as you told me, from the UK, and representing Babcock International, and from Sweden, from the division of Saab that is focusing on shipbuilding, Mr. Wixell. So, with that, I will begin by basically introducing the topic and saying that we do want competitive waters and we do want security in our maritime domain because we have a big challenge that is growing bigger by the day, which is called Russia on this side of the world. We have a new containment line from the Baltic to the Black Sea, which is why we have the two gentlemen here to discuss the threats that we are facing and the challenges that we are facing on the industrial side of things in fighting those risks and threats. Obviously, the new containment line is basically forcing, well, asking, maybe not forcing, asking us to become competitive while cooperating with each other in the two seas. So coordination takes place of any kind of competition in the resort for competitiveness. So with that, I will start with the Black Sea, because obviously the New Strategy Center is a Romanian think tank, and we are very much focused on what is going on in the Black Sea, a theater of war currently, by asking Admiral Nicolae to tell us more about how you see the threat perception and how you are seeing it evolving, considering the war in the Black Sea and the challenges that we have in our region currently. It works.
Thank you very much. Starting with the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, and after that full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Actually, the Black Sea is the place where the strategic competition between NATO and Russia is at its highest. Russia has extended its exclusive economic zone in the Black Sea, taking more than 100,000 square kilometers from Ukraine. And it uses this expanding the surface of maritime area to deny access to NATO and EU in the region, to prevent developing the strategic cooperation between NATO riparian states and Ukraine and Georgia, and more than that, to project naval power towards Balkans, Caucasus, and Mediterranean. As a result of ongoing war in the Black Sea, so far 137 mines were discovered and destroyed by the riparian navies. This is one of the most dangerous threats to the freedom of navigation, especially in the northwest of the Black Sea. And more important, this peril is not going to end, even the war it's went. Most likely, more than 200 sea mines are still in place in the mine barrages, again in the northwest of the Black Sea, with a total of 9 merchant vessels which are suspected to have been damaged by hitting drifting mines. In order to take appropriate measure to provide the freedom of navigation, the Turkey initiative, we set up the security construct, MCM Black Sea, with Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria, and every day with ships, drones, we actually develop this kind of mine operation to make sure that main routes of navigation are free of mines. Speaking about the threats, again, in the Black Sea, it's a very intense electronic warfare activity with impact on PNT, interference with the huge impact of the naval traffic within the Black Sea and in the naval infrastructure activities. The increased number of military action in using USV, UAV, and USV, with the couple of them transit the Romanian territory. Again, Romanian Navy develop riverine capability along with the Ukrainian border in order to provide security for the population which live across the Danube River and for the protection of the naval infrastructure.
Thank you very much. And since you have mentioned the Danube, which is basically connecting the Black Sea to the center of Europe, I will go straight now to the Baltic Sea, to the north of Europe, but to the other focal point that Russia is very much active in. So for you, sir, what are the major challenges that you are seeing, and how are you preparing the Navy to fight them? What are you seeing as the next steps considering the Russian aggression in the Baltic Sea?
Yes, actually, I don't want to compare with Black Sea, but because the situation is a little bit different. Of course, there are some similarities with the Black Sea, but I would like to say that Baltic is now situation. Baltic is really unstable, and you have to know, you have to remember that Baltic Sea for our countries around Baltic is a strategic hotspot for trade and energy, and I'm saying that it's a really hybrid war at Baltic Sea now, with all elements belong to that kind of war. We have, let me name some of this. We have GPS jamming and spoofing. We have some act of sabotage. I counted so far, we had something like 11 sabotage attack on our critical infrastructure, Baltic infrastructure. And also we have the shadow fleet, which also can cause some troubles, and cyber warfare and information warfare. All these elements are really, really composed for this hybrid warfare. And it's really, really, really unstable, and it's a main threat from Russia. But on the other hand, from my maritime point of view, I'm operating ships at Baltic Sea. I would say that the behavior of Russia, it's not aggressive so far. I mean, as a navy, they shadow us, they monitor what we are doing, and also we do the same. We protect our sea lines of communication, they protect their lines of communication, and behavior is almost professional. And what is important, because someone is saying that Baltic is NATO Sea. It's true and not true. Baltic Sea, because all around countries belong to the NATO, and of course, except with one exception, but we have to know that for Russia, it's very important to keep lines of communication from Kaliningrad Oblast to St. Petersburg. So that's the main focus. So they have to protect, and we have to protect our SLOCs, like we're saying, sea lines of communication.
Well, you pointed out the differences, but also the similarities in your short.
Yeah.
I would also like to ask about the Polish programs that are specifically dedicated to the maritime domain, which is ORCA, for instance, and what exactly are you looking to address?
Of course, the main mission for the Navy is to protect our mainland and to attend this operation if something happened against our country. But nowadays, when I mentioned about the infrastructure, that's our main threat at now. So I think that the program which are now going so Miecznik and Orca, they will help us a lot. We need some, looking for instance for Miecznik, it will be frigate equipped with really sophisticated weapon. I mean, against air, against surface target, and what we now need against subsurface. All in infrastructure, almost all, is on the surface. So we have to have this possibility, this capability to be able to deal with that. And Orca, as a submarine, also, Baltic is very, very well suited for submarines. So also will help us a lot to keep our infrastructure and our mainland safe.
Thank you very much. Well, we've been going from a closed sea under threat of direct war and the war risk associated to everything business related in the Black Sea to a more open sea, which explains your approach. Therefore, I'm going towards an even more open sea, and I will ask our British colleague here to give us more insight into how the British strategy has shaped lately the domain, and how do you see it also from the other perspective? What do you see the challenges to be in securing the maritime domain? And what would be the lessons that we in our region, in the new containment line, the Baltic and the Black Sea, could take away from your example, sir?
Thanks, Antonia. Well, I think I'll answer that from a couple of perspectives. The first one is my former career of 36 years in the Royal Navy until recently, but also the transition into the commercial world and into the shipbuilding environment, which is why you've invited me on the panel today. In order to defend one's borders, and the first duty of government is the security of its citizens, you have to have a credible armed forces, and you have to have a credible fleet. If we look to the United Kingdom, and every country likes to build their own ships to have that sovereign ability, we've had an industry that's been in decline for nearly 4 decades, until very recently. And the 2019 and subsequent refresh in 21 of the National Shipbuilding Strategy put us on a footing to regenerate our fleet. And currently in the United Kingdom, we have over 19 surface combatants and submarines under construction or signed on the order book. And that's taken a real shift of approach. We had a system whereby we had a monopoly by one shipbuilder, no one was investing, and nobody saw the advantages in shipbuilding. And previous government changed that, turned it on its head, and from the Prime Minister down, decided to reinvigorate shipbuilding as a national endeavour. And if you look today, we have 4 major shipyard groups doing everything from complex to semi-complex to support and everything in between. And that has generated private investment into the shipbuilding industry. So if you take the Type 26 frigate that's currently being built by BAE Systems, one of the world's leading, will be the world's leading ASW anti-submarine warfare frigate, designed specifically for closing the Greenland, Iceland, Faroes, UK gap to deny maneuverability to opposition submarines and to make sure that, the lines of communication that exist between us and the United States can remain open in time of conflict. But on the other side, and sort of following on from my 2 colleagues, we've got that hybrid war with the threats against critical national infrastructure, which are much, much harder to defeat against. And therefore the Royal Navy has had to, as many other navies, be a bit clever. We have taken commercial off-the-shelf vessels, we have refitted them, and we are specifically training for that protection of critical national infrastructure threat. So there are many, many similarities, the Baltic and the Black Sea and the North Sea. Okay, it's a bit deeper in the Atlantic and a bit more water space to worry about. But if I go back to the start, you've still got to have the assets, the capability to be able to defend that. And looking in the context of this forum, no one country can do that alone, and we have to do that in partnership.
That's a very good line for describing where we are today. We cannot do it alone, for sure. And considering the threats are pretty much having one thing in common for the general public of the planet, I would say, which is economic interest. That goes for civilian security, first and foremost, with an open theater of war and hybrid war in Europe all over. I will ask Mr. Wickens, Did I say it wrong? Yes, I did. Wixel. Sorry about that. You are coming from the more commercial, the more civilian part of the industry. And to see the truth, we have had a shipyard industry, a shipbuilding industry that has been focused on the commercial side of things and less on the war side of things, on the military side of things so far, because we didn't think we would need to fight a war. Therefore, how are you seeing the challenges? Because obviously we are seeing Russia, who has a war economy right now, and we are seeing ourselves in the need of adaptation to fighting the threats that are coming from Russia and fighting those connections that we were talking about that have to do with more geoeconomic side of things, if nothing else. So how do you see the challenges in European shipbuilding industries?
Well, thank you. I would probably start, well, I represent Saab, which is definitely sort of a company in the military industry. But we have seen over the last decade maybe, or at least 5 years, the start of many new shipbuilding programs in Europe. And a lot has to do with the new threat, but also a lot has to do with the aging fleets of the countries that we support. And shipbuilding, of course, in the 50s, Kockums, which is the part of Saab I represent, was one of the, probably for a few years, the largest shipbuilder in the world, operating from the south of Sweden. And that totally shifted. I mean, we had a crisis in the 70s and 80s, and everything moved eventually to Korea and China. So the capacity, but I would say that still there is enough capacity. If you were to add all the capacity available in Europe, there is a need for investments. But the most important thing is to be able to utilize the capacity in an efficient way. And a national shipbuilding strategy is a good thing for some countries, but I think most of the countries in Europe need to have a collaborative approach to this. And we have been working in a number of different projects during the last few years where we have collaborated. We specialize in the basic design, the architecture of a new warship. From a white piece of paper, we develop the design of a new warship. We also specialize in composites. So we've made remarkable composite ships, but also composite superstructures that are really useful in making steel ships more efficient. So the way we have gone about this is we have delivered signal intelligence ships to Sweden, collaborating with Polish shipyards from PGZ. We are currently delivering SIGINT ships to Poland, also in collaboration with other Polish shipyards, Remontowa in Gdynia. And we have a strong strategic partnership, me and Rex here, between us and Babcock to do large-scale production of surface ships. And so on and so forth. So I think if we can find these solutions and also move into a modern design of warships, where we actually can build them in pieces rather than building everything bottom up. If we can build them in pieces as we do today, then we can distribute the production. We can actually make sure that many countries can participate in the production of a vessel, and we have a few places where we can do the assembly and the final tests and so on. But what we need to do is actually to find these collaborations, most likely on a sort of regional level. So Northern Europe, as we are working together with PGZ here in Poland, working together with Babcock in the UK, we can find collaborations where we can sort of balance the load, because otherwise we will see shipyards that are really active, they have lots of new construction programs, and then it slows down and they don't have the work they need. So we need to find those types of collaborative solutions between countries on a regional level in order to utilize the capacity in the best way. And then I do think that we can also bring in more civilian shipyards who can do parts of the production in their shipyards and don't necessarily need to know all about all the specific military requirements and have the same level of security clearances and so on. So I think that is probably the way forward. But I would also like to add, looking at the hybrid threat, and that there are, of course, in the underwater space and on the surface, many other capabilities that we can see clearly in Ukraine have come into play, with a lot more autonomous vessels, remotely piloted vessels, where we, in order to design, develop, and produce this, there are other capabilities needed than for the large warships. And of course, we see a shift in volume from the large warships that may be vulnerable to the hybrid threat and to the threat of these autonomous vessels. So we see a shift also in volume, I would say, going forward. And we worked for a long time in all sorts of different underwater vessels, including submarines, of course, in Saab, where we have a lot of experience in how to operate, how to design and operate these for the narrow and shallow waters of the Baltic, and I would say also for the Black Sea. So the uncrewed component is really important going forward, and I think also there we will have the capacity to design, develop, and produce these in mass. But I think the key question there is to actually find the concepts of operations, and also to sort out, because with all we will have an increase in sensors and systems providing information on what's going on under the surface. But we also need, and there are NATO initiatives started on this topic, but we need to have. Now we started to develop a reference architecture, but what we really need is to be able to share the information between all these different systems and to bring them together to have an interoperable and joint operational picture of what's going on under the surface. Yes.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to the audience, I know you want to comment on the same question, Rex, so please.
Yeah, just to pick up on what Matt said, there was a slight challenge there about it's all very well having a national shipbuilding strategy, which I rise to. A key tenet to the UK's national shipbuilding strategy is the requirement to partner. I would argue no one European nation has the demand signal in order to keep shipyards fully occupied. My own company, Babcock, heavily involved in providing the Type 31 general purpose frigate for the Royal Navy. That design has been sold on the license to Poland and is being built very successfully by PGZ, the Miesznik class, and also in Indonesia. And we're actively talking to other interested parties. Let's leave it at that. But you have to have that demand signal. And there's a real balance here, because in peacetime, everyone wants to make money, and you don't necessarily have that demand into shipyards in a continent like Europe. When we move on to a prepare for war footing, the dynamic shifts, and all of a sudden you have the question, do governments intervene and start throwing money at the problem? Or does industry take the front foot, take the gamble? My own company invested over £100 million without an order to turn a moribund naval base into a first-rate European shipyard, British shipyard. And then the final bit, which I want to bring out in case no one else does, if we're preparing for war, and the theme of this forum has been to be prepared to combat threat, you can't at the last minute, you can throw money at infrastructure, you can build a panel line, you can build a ship hall. What you can't do is generate those skills, because that takes years. And my biggest worry, and particularly in the United Kingdom, is an awful lot of our skilled shipbuilding workforce comes from Poland and Romania and other countries, because that's where those skilled workers are. And in time of conflict, when a government's first duty is the protection of its own citizens, regardless of what alliances you're a member of, as a nation, you will look to your own. And those countries will want their skilled ship workers back to build ships for themselves. And they're also men of fighting age and women of fighting age. So they will want them potentially to fight. And I don't think we've thought that through as we sit here and look how we deal with the next 5 years or so.
And that's probably the biggest, or of the biggest challenges that we have to think of. But with that, I want to open the floor for questions. We have 3. I think we have the microphone. Please, first question. Yes, and then we have 2 questions here.
Thank you. I'm Ian Brzezinski from the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. I wanted to turn to my Polish and Swedish colleagues. Poland and Sweden are 2 robust democracies. They share similar interests and values. They have robust military capabilities. They have dynamic defense industries. They share the Black Sea together. Could you imagine these 2 countries emerging as a sort of a new cross-Baltic security pillar in the Baltic? A Baltic security pillar? And if so, what would that defense relationship look like? What would that security pillar look like operationally and industrially?
May I start from operational side? Yes, you're right. I would say that Poland and Sweden, we are both countries on the Baltic Sea. We are neighbors. Always I'm saying that we are neighbors. We share the same value. We share the same area of our responsibility, I would say. And you hit the point, because a few weeks ago, we signed agreement. Actually, it was in the 2nd of September this year. We signed agreement between Poland and Sweden about mutual defense cooperation. And this year, a couple of days ago, we introduced an operation called Gotland Sentry. And for this operation, we deployed our Polish forces. Actually, it was Naval Missile Unit and some elements of 6th Airborne Brigade on Gotland Island. And together with our Swedish friends, we exercised our response to possible threat, which are now on the Baltic Sea. And when you see on the Baltic Sea and you see Gotland Island, it's like we're just saying that it's like a concrete aircraft carrier on the Baltic Sea, because it's really a strategic location. When you put missile unit on the island, you can control the whole Baltic Sea, and you can prevent movement from south to north and from north to south. So that's from our operational point of view.
Yes. So thanks for the question, Mr. Brzezinski. Of course, in our minds, we've been working a lot on this topic. Poland is the most important country for us as a company to work together with, because of the obvious proximity and also because we have the same view. Sweden and Poland has a very similar view on the threat and a persistent view on the threat, I would say. And we have, of course, during the entire Cold War, developed the capabilities that are needed to counter the Russian threat in the Baltic. That has been our main goal. Also driven to a large extent by the fact that Sweden, as an alliance-free nation at the time, needed to secure its own supply of all these types of equipment. But in the current day, then, we are, as I mentioned earlier, already today doing a lot of the execution of our programs in Poland, working with Polish shipyards, working with Polish design companies, working with Polish supply chain in all different parts. And what we are looking at is to increase this even more. And I would say, of course, as a part of our bid for the ORCA program, which is, but it's not really only driven by that. It's driven by our need to grow, to meet the growing demands on the European market as a whole, and the fact that there is a lot of competence and capacity in Poland that is really useful for us, not only to access the Polish market, but actually it makes a lot of industrial sense. So we are pushing for this, and hopefully we will come into a situation where we can have shipbuilding jointly on both sides of the Baltic. I mean, it's just we have our shipyard in Karlskrona. It's just next door to Gdynia, actually. So, and to have the ability to have a close cooperation also between the navies, and be able to do repairs, overhauls, upgrades, and so on both sides of the Baltic as a collaboration to ensure that we can balance capacity between the nations as well over time. So that is our intent, and we are pushing hard to continue to strengthen this Baltic pillar, as you called it.
Let me add, if I may, you didn't mention about our AGI ships, because we share the same AGI ships. There's a program called Delfin, and now we are building 2 ships in Polish shipyard, and they will be equipped with Swedish from sub company. And last or 2 years ago, we built a ship for Sweden in our Polish shipyard, Artemis. And now she is operational, and the same type of ship. So that's our common approach to this project.
Thank you. We have one question here. The next one will be the gentleman in the back, and then the lady here.
Thank you. Dr. Chris Lewis from Babcock. If I may expand on the previous question. If NATO was forced to transition to war, how would the panel see the relationship between the navies and industry evolving and changing?
That's a question for all. Who wants to start?
Go on. I'll take one for the team. That's interesting because it goes back to the point I made earlier about the change in relationship between peacetime and preparing for war. And, you know, we have seen examples in the past. We see it in Ukraine, how a nation can respond when they're in an existential crisis, existential threat. And human beings can do that, as long as you've got that stimulus to do it. So I think if we are in a conflict situation, then all bets are off, and it becomes the national endeavour of survival. And you throw everything at that, be that financial resource, human resource. But the trick here is, where is the tipping point? Because of the complexity of today's war-fighting capability, predominantly, if we discount sort of dumb drones or uncrewed vehicles, because of the complexity of that, you have to have started your production lines early. You have to have thought about it early. You have to have a plan to ramp up early. And that requires investment. And we go back to the thorny discussion of industry investing, you know, venture capitalists thinking it's a good idea. They might make some money in the future. I'm being slightly pejorative here. And governments hedging their bets about when is the moment to intervene and to start backing that horse. And I don't think there's an answer to that. It depends how particular governments read the severity of the threat. And if you take the opening comments yesterday from Prime Minister Tusk and President Zelensky, the message is really, really clear. And I was commenting with a colleague from a dinner where the threat is very real in this country and in its immediate neighbours, and it might not feel that way across the rest of Europe. So understanding when is the moment to throw everything at it will be the key.
Yeah, I could fill in. It's, as I mentioned before, we have lived for a long time as a neutral nation, and the risk of war with Russia has been quite clear in Sweden. Although, since, I mean, in the early 2000s, we have seen that there has been a generation that has not been as aware. And I would still say that our workforce is closely tied to the Navy as it is today, both with people who have been working for the Navy and also the fact that the shipyard, I mean, we have our business being conducted in close proximity to naval bases or in naval bases. So we have this, I think everyone, and obviously we have recruited lots and lots of people since in the last 2-3 years. But the people, we have no problem recruiting people, and everyone says that the reason why they want to work for a company like us, even though it's a private company, is because they contribute to society, they feel that they can be a part of something greater than just producing cell phones, if I put it like that. So, I think from that human perspective, I don't see big hurdles, and I'm sure that the threshold or is very low actually for us to become even more integrated and work even more closely with the Navy in times of conflict.
If not, we do have one question over there from the gentleman and you as well. Okay.
Thank you. Benjamin Tallis from Helsing. I wanted to pick up on Rex's point about investment and then to ask a question to the admirals. Yes, companies that actually invest at risk their own money to develop new technologies or build industrial capacity should be saluted at this moment, but they also have to be rewarded by government contracts. That's the way governments can actually share the risk that is in place there. Getting new technologies or new capacities into programs of record. That's the way to do it, not keeping them in the innovation corner. So fully share the point, but risk has to be shared. To the admirals in particular, recently we heard the UK First Sea Lord, the head of the Navy, the first Royal Marine to hold that post, say, uncrewed where possible, crewed where necessary. I'd like to hear more about your plans for how you actually expand your naval presence using uncrewed systems, and what do you think, and perhaps to the panel more generally, what do you think that's going to do to doctrine and to operational concepts, particularly in the Baltic? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So if you look at the ongoing war in Ukraine, especially in the first phase of the war, for us as the neighbors, the Romanian nation, Ukrainian is a great model to follow, especially in the tough times. Within the first 24 hours, Ukrainian lost almost entire navy. And after only 2 months, already involved unmanned system, and actually they succeeded and bring Russia Black Sea fleet out of the Sevastopol base. So great success. That's why we strongly believe this is the future in terms of making war at sea. At least from the Romanian Navy side, we have great plans of modernization in order to develop very large variety of unmanned system in all domains, surface, air, and submerged, in order to protect our area of responsibility, both in Maritime and Danube River. Again, we have one of the longest common border with Ukraine, and more important, to secure maritime critical infrastructure. In our exclusive economic zone, we are going to develop Neptune Deep, which is the huge gas resource in the Black Sea. It's paramount for us to have in place at sea this kind of equipment and drone. Again, this is the future. We don't exist without using in the near future this kind of equipment.
Yeah, I fully agree with my colleague. I would say that really drones, unmanned systems, are the future of the future war. In Polish Navy, we're introducing the system as well. We are looking, of course, to Ukrainian experience. But in my personal opinion, we have to keep some balance, because you have to remember that drones are not going to replace crew ships. So altogether, it will be a system which is effective and capable of dealing with any threat. And but especially to protect critical infrastructure, it's very important to have drones. Actually, we have been used for a long time this type of drones under surface, and are very, very capable of doing. But again, it should be balanced between crewed and uncrewed systems.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. In my previous answer, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. My challenge is to governments. You can't expect industry to keep picking up the tab and to innovate all the time, and particularly as you approach conflict. Where is that tipping point? And I'm not sure we've got that right at the moment. And clearly now, working in the commercial sector, my views may have changed slightly from when I was running the UK's National Shipbuilding Office. As a company, Babcock and other UK commercial contractors have heard the First Sea Lord's message very loud and very clear. And I know my colleagues and my own company are beavering away in the background to rise to that challenge. And I think when you look at the pace of response in Ukraine, for example, with uncrewed aerial systems, you're going to see a very similar thing in the maritime domain. Now that demand signal has been set by the First Sea Lord on behalf of the government. And it goes back to my original point, which was if you have that demand signal, then industry can respond, industry will innovate, and industry will invest because it's in all our interests.
Thank you. I know we have another question there, and if there is another question besides that, I'd like to have it now, considering that we have 10 minutes left. Okay, perfect. So let's hear the two questions. Over here in the third row on the right. On my right.
Thank you. I'm Dorothy Gibrach. I work for Carvey International in the UK. Actually, I work with startups who develop systems for unmanned surface vehicles, complementary systems. And one of the challenges that they're facing is that one thing you mentioned about the government and end user demand in terms of what exactly they should be investing in terms of like product development, because there is Task Force X and there are trials and demos coming from NATO or national level, but it's not all the startups that can get into those programs. And then the other difficulty that they are facing is to how to work with big primes who are very much established in the maritime sector. So I guess that's a question to the primes sitting in the panel. How do you see collaboration between SMEs and primes, especially in the unmanned maritime systems development? And then maybe from an end user side, what is the demand signal that the Navy and especially in the innovation side and the future forces development can send towards the demand signal towards startups and innovative startups who want to work for the Navy rather than just develop products for the commercial sector?
Thank you. And the second question, just to hear the two questions and then to... Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Coulter. I'm the CEO of Hanwha, but also a U.S. Naval War College graduate, and I noticed both of your pins, so good to see fellow War College graduates. Along the same lines, from Hanwha, we're building ships in Korea right now. Within the next year, we'll be building U.S. ships. We have partnerships in Australia with other companies to deal there. And as we talk about unmanned, I'm curious both from a user side, but also from a other shipyard side. The autonomy piece gets very complicated. I mean, I think back to my days in Afghanistan, it was really hard for coalition partners to talk to each other or to share encrypted messages. You translate that to the naval fight of the future when you have autonomous vessels. How do you think about autonomy from a coalition perspective? I mean, as we're working with small startups on autonomy and AI, overlay that to the future combat fight with navies. It's a very complex problem that I think we're just starting to scratch the surface of. So, thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
Well, I can start on the first question. I think us as being these large primes, even though Saab is not the largest company on the planet, but still, of course, we have a responsibility also because of the fact that there is so many SMEs, and I think the government agencies, they don't really have the capacity to monitor all of this, and also they don't actually have the know-how of how to translate this into actual operational capability all the time. But us as being used to managing the customer have more knowledge in that. So I do think we have a large responsibility in supporting and finding ways for you to reach the market as well. I wouldn't say that we're the best at doing that right now, because some of the time there is this protective behavior, sort of. Here comes a SME and they have an idea, but didn't we also have an idea that was pretty good? And then sort of we don't behave all the time the way we should in order to benefit both us and the SMEs. So I think that's a lesson that we should keep learning, how to do that in a better way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Taking the two questions, so there are advantages, the SMEs working with the primes. The primes give you an economy of scale, that understanding of the market, how to navigate the incredible, I speak for the United Kingdom only, the incredible bureaucracy engaged in shipbuilding or in the military capability sector. But, speaking for the United Kingdom, the current government is absolutely behind SMEs and sees it the future, and that's manifesting in everything from tax advantages to other government policy. So I think that's a really positive thing, and I share Mats's comment about stealing other people's ideas. We have to get over that. That the C21 is really, really interesting as a former warfare officer, and I don't think the Nirvana solution that we're perhaps striving to will come for a while, that shared command and control for uncrewed systems across the alliance, let's say, because we know how difficult it is to agree which communications procedures we're going to use across the alliance, let alone something like a shared architecture for uncrewed systems. But I would argue that uncrewed systems now, and perhaps for the first iteration over the next 2 to 3 years, are complementary to crewed systems. They're a force multiplier. So you would have a crewed system as the central node, and then uncrewed systems slaving to that or operating from it. And I think that's how you can get round it, because you can still work, for example, in alliance task groups, because you'll have those individual units controlling their own uncrewed. The trick there, of course, and we will know this, and all having lived it, is deconfliction. How do we deconflict those uncrewed systems when we're in a task group? And that will take work. But we're good at solving things like that as an alliance, and I'm sure we'll get there. But thank you.
Yes, I would say very briefly, because, of course, innovation should be some driving factor for modernization and for development of our forces. I fully agree with what you said about C2 control, because for unmanned system it's very important to have capable command and control system, how to efficient command and control these assets. And we will use this, and we are using, and still I think that we should develop also tactics for that and doctrine, how to use effectively our drones.
Again, in terms of using, if we look at Black Sea as a closed sea, and more than that we have Montreux Convention, where we will find the answer, what forces can NATO bring in the Black Sea? The answer should be this unmanned system, task force. In terms of operating this kind of equipment, I strongly believe in the new generation of leadership within the navies. They will be, again, look at the Ukraine. What tremendous things they are doing in this war. For sure we'll be able to manage to use this kind of equipment. No doubt on that.
Well, thank you very much. And I know we do have 3 minutes left. So if there is one question that really needs to be asked, this is the time. If not, because I do not see any hand raised, many thanks, distinguished speakers, for being with us today. It has been a lot that I have learned personally as an analyst and an associate expert to New Strategy Center. And thank you very much, distinguished audience, for bearing with us and for having such interesting questions that allowed me to learn stuff, to say so. Thank you, and have wonderful conferencing at Warsaw Security Forum.
Fantastic. Thank you again to our distinguished panelists, to Antonio Colibasanu, the New Strategy Center, for partnering with the Warsaw Security Forum to bring you this last insightful discussion on maritime security, on the maritime security situation in European waters, and how can allied European navies and maritime industries work together to innovate, adapt, and together achieve the strength and capabilities needed to contain and respond to current and future Russian threats to and around Europe's continental waterways. As we heard, strong capabilities are not just crucial to address and counter threats as they manifest themselves, but also to deter them in the first place. And nowhere is perhaps this more evident than in the nuclear realm. So now, in keeping with this topic of nuclear deterrence, we will turn to discussing nuclear deterrence and capabilities, and more precisely, Europe's nuclear dilemma in the current strategic landscape. That is, whether and how European allies might think through how to navigate autonomy, alliance, and deterrence to integrate or perhaps independently match the levels of protection currently achieved chiefly through under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. What is the current state of European autonomous nuclear capabilities? How might it be strengthened further? And what questions does this pose not only for the road to get there, but also perhaps more broadly from the perspective of arms control? It promises to be a complex and interesting discussion. So to moderate this next panel, it is my immense privilege to invite to the stage Tomasz Smura, a board member of the Kazimierz Polański Foundation and head of the defense track right here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Tomasz, please do join me on stage.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the last but one panel of the Warsaw Security Forum defense track this year, titled Europe's Nuclear Dilemma, Autonomy, Alliance and Deterrence. The topic of Europe's autonomy, as you probably know, is sensitive as such, but it's even more sensitive and controversial as nuclear deterrence is concerned. As we remember, the election of the Donald Trump for the second term, and especially the J.D. Vance speech at the Munich Security Conference, came through Europe as a kind of the shockwaves and relaunching our discussion on the Europeans' dependence on the United States. I would say that after several months, and especially NATO summit in Hague, we feel a little bit more secured, but nevertheless the questions on European dependency still exist. And one of the dimensions when our dependency is the deepest one is the dimension of deterrence. So in these questions, in this panel, I believe that the most important question is: should Europe build its own autonomous deterrence capabilities, and how to do it in the most efficient way? Together with us, there are several distinguished speakers, among others, General Todd Walters, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, Arnaud Danjean, who was recently advisor to the Prime Minister of France, Jacek Siewiera, the former National Security Advisor to the President of Poland, General Krzysztof Król, advisor to the Chief of Defense of Poland, and Priti Patel, the Shadow Secretary of Defense in Conservative Shadow Government, UK. So actually, let me start with the question to our American colleague, Todd Walters. General, how might the potential recalibration of the US strategy affect the credibility of NATO nuclear umbrella in Europe? And to what extent could reduced US involvement in Europe translate into changes in the alliance nuclear posture?
Well, I would contend that strategic nuclear deterrence has been the backbone of NATO solidarity and security and NATO's ability to generate peace for decades and decades. And I'm certain this is one of the areas that we don't have many public conversations about that emanates from Washington, D.C., but behind the scenes, the degree of cooperation from the U.S. with Europe in strategic nuclear deterrence is foundational. It can't diminish. And with the rhetoric that we've all heard over the course of the last 3.5 years, it actually must increase. And the processes of integrating strategic nuclear deterrence with the assets that exist with the strong European nations that possess that capability, with all of the allies and partners, all of that integration has to absolutely positively increase and improve in its effectiveness. And we see that in so many ways with the purchasing of certain items from nations that possess an ability to integrate into strategic nuclear deterrence. From the Cold War to the present, it has been a foundational imperative for generating peace on behalf of NATO and certainly throughout Europe, across the Transatlantic. So I just see that this is one area that absolutely, positively cannot retrograde. The degree of cooperation across the Atlantic will continue to strengthen in this area, and the degree of cooperation with all of the nations that have nuclear capability must continue to grow. And I don't see any other way around that, and my sense is that that's the opinion of Washington, D.C., and inside of the capitals of many of our European nations, I believe that remains the opinion.
Thank you very much. My next question goes to Priti Patel from UK. So as we know, the UK announced that you will increase the selling of the nuclear weapon to the 260 warheads. And I wonder what's stay behind this decision. Is it the result of the current situation in transatlantic relation, or this wider? And do you think that France and UK can play a role into fulfilling any gaps when it comes to nuclear deterrence if the United States decided to change its priorities? I still believe, as General Walters, in U.S. commitment to Europe, but nevertheless we are aware that U.S. is in the process of global presence posture, and they might change some priorities when it comes to U.S. presence worldwide.
Sure. Well, look, first of all, thank you. Look, we come from a very clear perspective in the United Kingdom that when it comes to our relationship with America and NATO, we are stronger together, and absolutely, we are working and have always worked with America at every single level, and, NATO is a bedrock for us. When it comes to nuclear, you've asked very specifically about what we're doing in the United Kingdom. Our decisions have been made very clearly upon the need for enhancing, upgrading, being relevant, and ensuring that we are able to do everything we can in terms of deterrence. That's crystal clear in terms of our posture and position. And, although my party is not in government anymore, the last Conservative government made mega investments in this particular space. We know about Dreadnought, the upgrades, obviously now we're talking about the next generation, big investments coming forward, but also other key strategic partnerships. And of course, I was part of a government that also established the AUKUS partnership, which again looked at greater investments. And there's a bigger message here, actually. As much as we focus on nuclear deterrence capabilities, what that means, you know, whether US is, I mean, I firmly believe America is with us, and we've been part of those discussions for many, many years in government and even out of government. This is effectively about recognizing the state of the world that we live in. And how are we going to adjust to that? How do we make sure that we are effectively investing in the right kind of technology, the right kind of capabilities, skills? This is also about the people that we employ in our own industries, domestic production. These are the key factors that certainly have occupied our decision-making in the United Kingdom. And I will just emphasize, it'll continue to dominate our thinking and our ways of working and the types of strategic investments that we make and the key partnerships that we have as well. You've asked about France too in this context. You know, this is also about those countries who are dedicated to that nuclear deterrence. There is much that we can always do together. Shared learnings and growing capabilities, that's where we have to be. And I say that in and out of the nuclear space as well. That equally applies to everything that we do within the envelope of NATO, whether it comes into protecting Europe, the Euro-Atlantic partnership, all those key elements. That's pretty fundamental. And I do feel that we are, you know, certainly from a United Kingdom perspective, we are not just in the right space, but we're putting our money where our mouth is. We are the ones investing in the skills, the partnerships, the technology. And, you know, we will work very openly with the key strategic allies that we have to ensure that we can grow that capability.
Thank you very much. So we had British voice, so right now it's time to include French voice. So Arnaud Danjean, as I mentioned, you are was advisor to the recent Prime Minister of France. So I believe you have some insight into French policy also in the terms of nuclear deterrence. So I wonder, you know, of course we know that French long-standing talking points was strategic autonomy, and I wonder what's his French position into the terms of strategic autonomy into nuclear dimension. As we remember, President Macron invited European leaders to discuss French nuclear guarantees, which could be extended for other European allies. And do you think that French could change its policy from strategic ambiguity towards more clarity when it comes to nuclear deterrence?
I think it's worth reminding some basic facts about the French nuclear policy, because a lot have been said along the declarations of the President, including in France, where this debate has been quite, I would say, toxic. And we have to keep that in mind, that domestically, in terms of politics, it's a very hot topic, and very often misinterpreted, very often leading to bad faith interpretation. So we have to be very cautious with the wording and what we say. So just stick to the facts. The French nuclear deterrence has always integrated implicitly, more or less, and it has become more explicit over the years, what we call a European dimension. When the General de Gaulle started the program back in the 60s, it was already meaning to have a kind of European dimension. And it became more obvious over the years, and until President Macron said that explicitly and offered a strategic dialogue with some European partners. Can it go beyond that? It's difficult. First, I think we will remain in this strategic ambiguity because first, once again, this debate, if we have to go deeper, to put that in a public place, in such a political context as France has right now, it could be very messy and be counterproductive for our allies. Second, I think the fundamentals of the French deterrence policy remain valid, which means France is contributing to the overall nuclear architecture of NATO, even if we are not part of all the NATO bodies, but it has been agreed for since 1974, I think, that France nuclear weapons were part of the architecture of the alliance, and we play this role, and we will continue to play this role. And France has always insisted, it's worth remembering, France has always insisted, especially the last years, the last NATO summits, that the nuclear dimension of NATO should be always reaffirmed. It was a bit of a paradox that France has to lead this fight to say NATO is a nuclear alliance. It was not so obvious before we came back to a strong NATO flexing muscles towards the east, and there was a period of time where this nuclear dimension was a bit left aside. And France was always here to remind that NATO was a nuclear alliance, so as such we are part of the alliance and we will remain. We have, of course, the national dimension, which is still fundamental. And when it comes to the dialogue with the other partners, I think it has always been also clear in the word of the president that if we were to go a bit further with European partners on a European dimension of the nuclear deterrence, it will not be as a substitute to NATO. For a simple reason, it is materially impossible. France has for a long time a policy of strict sufficiency in terms of nuclear warheads and weapons, and we stick to that. And if we want to expand I would say the geographical assets and be elsewhere, it would mean probably to expand also the capabilities, and we are not there yet. So what we could do at the European level is complementary to NATO. It's not to substitute NATO, and basically it is also what is meant by strategic autonomy. Just one point on this, because I know that the expression itself is very controversial, strategic autonomy, with more or less good faith, depending on who is criticizing. But one criticize I always took seriously is when interlocutors would challenge the strategic autonomy wording by saying, okay, we see your point about being more autonomous, being less dependent, taking more responsibility for ourselves, but in strategic autonomy there is not only autonomy, there is the word strategic. And if you mean it, going strategic means going nuclear and integrating the nuclear deterrence. And that's, I think, one of the good points of the criticisms towards the French concept of strategic autonomy, because we cannot, at this stage, talk about a proper European nuclear deterrence. It's still a NATO policy, and I'm quite glad that whatever has happened over the last months regarding NATO, the relationship with the US, it has not been touched or affected, this nuclear dimension, and luckily so.
Thank you very much for this clarification. I also strongly believe that any kind of European autonomy shouldn't be built at the expense of NATO. So we sometimes should do the same things at the same time. Okay, so my next question goes to Jacek Siwiera, who, as I mentioned, was the former strategic advisor to the President of Poland, and actually you also have some insight into our political thinking in this country. So actually, as we remember, some Polish leaders, including former President Duda, emphasize our interest in joining NATO nuclear sharing. And do you think that NATO nuclear sharing should be extended? And what arguments do you see for that?
Thank you. So I think that first of all, we have to underline three main remarks, from my perspective, important to have a discussion about the nuclear deterrence when it comes to the NATO. First, of course, NATO is the only alliance which is credible enough right now in an ongoing future to provide the strategic level of deterrence. That's the most important, what General said, what you said also. So we all agree that this is what we have right now. The second, I'm a military doctor. I was a military doctor, so I'm the last person who wants to talk about the mass destruction weapon. The third is that whatever I will say refers to the processes which takes many years or decades. But if we're talking about strategic, let's do strategic. So let's be precise about what we are talking about. We have two layers of nuclear deterrence, the strategic one, which we a bit discussed, and the tactical one. Right now, you have probably heard that Vladimir Putin offered the Americans renegotiation or sitting at the table with a New START agreement. What the New START is, it was an agreement targeted for limitation of the strategical warheads, so the kind of a weapon of a mass destruction which could be fatal for the world. And that was also the part of the mutual assured destruction doctrine, which made the Cold War ending up in a peaceful way. The problem is that to that moment, there were only two powers which had a strategical level assets, so the Minuteman warheads and the Minuteman rockets, and the rockets on the Russian side, ready to be fired immediately. So armed, in the silo, prepared for the first strike. And the entire doctrine was set on three pillars. So the first strike rule on the force projection and force attack, retaliation, and survivability. Three pillars. Now, since 4 years, there is a third player who is entering the game, and it's China. Till 2021, China had their missiles disassembled. Warheads were without the rockets, stored in the storages, not in the silos, not on the warships. Now China, after 3 years, from 300 intercontinental missiles went to 600. And they are already armed. We have a disproportion on 1,500 missiles on the American side, 1,500 missiles on the Russian side, and a new player is coming who declared that they want to reach that level till 2030. And there is no way that America can afford symmetrical when it comes to the number or symmetrical when it comes to the capabilities deterrence in front of two players in the Eurasia. That's the landscape in which we are dealing with and operating with. So there has to be some form of adjustment. And this can be done on tactical level or strategical level. The only assets on the strategical level which are present right now in Europe are the French and British. These are intercontinental missiles. What poses the biggest risk? It's the tactical level, which was already deployed and announced, quite obviously, in Belarus. And we have not that many debate about that 7 new countries became potential targets for Kinjal missiles since 2 years. In Germany, Slovenia, Czech Republic, Slovakia. I don't hear a debate about the fact that they became in the range of the tactical nuclear potentially missiles. Lack of this debate is dangerous, and this is why we will have this debate. We are on the same vehicle together with our German neighbors and allies in that, to be honest.
Okay, thank you very much, Jacek. And my last question goes to General Crew. So we discussed the nuclear dimension of the deterrence, but of course not all the NATO member states have nuclear weapons. So what about other countries? How can we contribute, like by building conventional deterrence to the NATO deterrence posture as a whole?
Okay. Tomasz, I'd like to return for a moment to Minister Siwiera and his words about nuclear deterrence and contribution or participation to nuclear sharing. From my perspective and knowledge, we are talking about 7 nations, at least 2 of them possessing nuclear capabilities, but rest just provide the proper storage sites and dual-use aircrafts. And even these aircrafts are to some extent the deterrence factor. Even if they deploy to other countries, other nations, they are the voice of the alliance with nuclear deterrence. So we shouldn't understand nuclear sharing only about as the factor of possession on your territory, nuclear weapons, but also capabilities to deploy nuclear warheads during conflict. So my first point. From the perspective of Poland, I used to delve in history, and as a matter of fact, Russia allowed Belarus now to be part of Russian nuclear sharing. So from that perspective, we should really discuss about this issue, as Poland during Warsaw Pact was also in the Russian nuclear sharing community, storing nuclear warheads on Polish territory. And Polish pilots were well trained to deploy warheads to the NATO countries. So we shouldn't forget about it, that Poland was once a country that contributed to nuclear sharing, unfortunately, Soviet Union nuclear sharing. So we would like to forget about this history. Nevertheless, this is the truth. Answering to your question about what could we as a Poles contribute to this nuclear sharing or subsidize it somehow? Of course, Poland contributes to the whole system of nuclear sharing. And this is not only Poland, other countries with Air Force capabilities contribute to that. So we shouldn't forget about it. That's the first issue. And the second issue, as far as the current threat to Poland, we build robust lethality capabilities in Polish armed forces. I'm talking about long-range precision missiles that will be deployed to Poland. This is a kind of deterrence by punishment we would like to create in Poland and build this conviction on the Russian side that there will be no attack without retaliation from Polish side. This is not the deterrence is not only by nuclear capabilities. Of course, this nuclear capabilities is definitely critical, but we can deter through our strike capabilities from sea, from air, from land, and we shouldn't forget about it as well. And we, in Poland, as non-nuclear nation, we've been developing these capabilities for years.
Thank you. I see that Arnaud would like to also add some point.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on what you said about this tactical issue, because it's difficult to enter into details because it's a very specific topic, this nuclear policy. But for example, we French, we don't consider that there is in nature a difference between tactical and strategic nuclear weapons. Some people would say you have the conventional weapons, tactical nuclear weapons, and strategic nuclear weapons, like a kind of gradation. You know, this is not our view. Our view is if you go nuclear, you go nuclear. There is nothing like tactical, minor nuclear, major strategic nuclear. You go nuclear. You cross the threshold. and you are exposing yourself to a nuclear retaliation. So for us, the real issue is, and so far I would say there has been a lot of course, the posturing of Russia regarding this has been threatening through Belarus and so on, dispatching some forces, but nothing substantially led us to believe that the Russians are not sharing these views that going nuclear is going into something different, be it tactical. I mean, if you cross the threshold, you enter another dimension. The nuclear dimension is something else, and you expose yourself to massive retaliation. So for me, the real issue, I think, is indeed the articulation between conventional and, I would say, a very robust conventional deterrence and the nuclear threshold. And this is where we have to make a lot of efforts. And we, specifically French, because for many years we had, and many decades, we had given a kind of privilege to the nuclear deterrence, believing that it was the ultimate thing. And now we are seeing that the threats we are facing require a much more robust articulation between the conventional deterrence, which is key to me, and the nuclear one, which can remain the same, so to say. And I would even add, maybe, I don't know if the word is correct, but I would even add the sub-conventional deterrence, because what we have to face with a new intensity now is what we call the hybrid things. I don't like the word so much, but let's use it. Everything which is under the conventional military action, which is becoming more and more threatening for our society. So on this also we have to step up our deterrence policy, to be much more active in cyber, in disinformation, against sabotage, espionage, all these things, I would say, very old techniques of warfare, but that we have lost sight. The Russians have not at all, and they are reactivating that. So sub-conventional deterrence, conventional deterrence, I think need a particular effort.
Thank you very much. Before I give the voice to you, Jacek, I would also include General Wortes into this discussion because it's getting interesting. So I wonder, because as we know that Russians possess different types of warheads, some of them are low-yield ones, below like 1 kilotons, which might be rather used, to horrify our society than for concrete military purposes. On the other hand, as far as I remember, during the Biden administration, the program submarine launch cruise missiles N was cancelled. So do you think that we can respond as a NATO, as United States, to this particular threat from the Russian side of using low-yield nuclear weapon against our society? Yes.
Number one, we have to be able to respond to that. We have to plan to be able to respond to that. We in NATO possess strategic nuclear deterrence, and I very much agree with the categorization. But the triad aspect of it is something that we in NATO benefit from, and in strategic nuclear deterrence and the involvement of nations in the entire process, as everyone knows, doesn't only involve the fact that you have the machinery that houses the weapon, or you have the weapon, but you have forces that are complementary to a triad that have responsibilities in the event that the threshold is tipped. And then you have overflight considerations, you have air-based considerations for islands to go to across Europe. So the involvement is, number one, it is strategic. And number two, at the lowest threshold of nuclear detonation on behalf of Russia anywhere on planet Earth, I know NATO and I know the U.S. Firmly plan for all those options in multiple different categories. So we have to be prepared to respond, and we have to do so with a degree of comprehensive integration that is better tomorrow than it was yesterday, that must be much better in 2030 than it was in 2025. And just with what we are doing across NATO with NATO common machinery with respect to defense and offense, we are doing that. As everybody knows in here, the F-35 will be a platform that is part of the dual capable aircraft process. And that platform will possess a capability to deliver something that is in the category that we are discussing. And the involvement that a nation must embrace to be part of that process is very, very comprehensive. It is something today in 2025, but something that I know will get better in 2030. But yes, we're prepared to respond. Yes, we plan for those response, and we have to continue to do so, and that must improve over time. I think I'm answering your question as best I can, but I must say that strategic nuclear deterrence is complex and complicated, and no matter how much planning that goes into it, you still need more because it is so comprehensive, because it is so strategic, and because it is so dramatic with respect to global economies.
Yes, sir. Still?
Thank you. So, yeah, I agree with all what General said. And it's true that America's credibility when it comes to the top level, we're talking about the top level of the deterrence, is really in a moment in which America, to be honest, 2 years ago, realized the situation in which it was the President Biden administration who realized in which moment we are when it comes to deterrence. So, when it comes to strategical level, we have intercontinental ballistic missiles, Trident III, which are now, during the program of modernization of the nuclear arsenal, referred to be the next generation Sentinel rockets. And we have the Ohio class warships, submarines, with 330 slots for Trident III missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, which will be in a future Columbia class warships, 12 of them. What is important? Columbia class right now will be 2 less than the Ohio. That's the program which already Americans have. And Columbia class is designed to have been deployed with not 330, but only not even 200 warheads on board. So overall, saturational capabilities for the strategic deterrence are scheduled to be decreased. Now this discussion, this gap was rightly analyzed and diagnosed by the President Biden administration in 2024. So now a majority of the program of the Ohio submarines are discussed to be prolonged, to increase the number of them, not to withdraw from the usage, the Ohio class. It's very good. But still it's not enough to help to create a balance on the Chinese capabilities. And why Russia is proposing New START? New START agreement expires next year, 2026. Russia proposed that to set a diplomatic difficulty for Americans. Because if they will step in the negotiation to limit their arsenal, they simultaneously will be obliged to fulfill it in front of Russian arsenal. But simultaneously Chinese arsenal will be increasing. And they are very well aligned, unfortunately, with what Russia is doing. Russia can stay where they are. They already have more strategic level missiles than Americans. Americans are more advanced when it comes to the way how they use it. When it comes to the tactical level, I can agree that if you go nuclear, you go nuclear. That's true. But in France triad, you also have the intercontinental ballistic missiles on your Triomphant warships, and you have the low-yield warheads, which are ready to be disposed by Rafale, which is not tactical. I have a feeling that during Polynesia tests in 1970, France was using an argumentation that it's a tactical test. Yes. Okay, it's good that we agreed. So normally, it's that way. When you already have the threshold of being a nuclear state, you are interested to rise this threshold as far as it's possible to not be dragged in a nuclear dialogue or nuclear escalation. But this is happening without our will, especially in Central Europe, by deployment in Minsk. This is happening without our will, and the question is what we will do with that. And if Europe, which was set on common values, everyone here knows what the Maslow pyramid is, okay? Yeah, the security is on the bottom. So European Union is an entity which was constructed in a way in which we made common all the layers of the Maslow pyramid within our societies. The only thing which is excluded from the policy of the European Commission is the security. As far as we will not align our security perception, strategy and understanding and the answer from the Maslow's pyramid within our societies, we will have also these gaps in understanding what is the credibility when it comes to the European nuclear deterrence capabilities. We rely totally on the United States right now within the NATO, and we have to do whatever we can to support the deterrence, because the United States right now are struggling to catch up to potential enemies on the strategical level.
Thank you very much, Jacek, and thank you for mentioning actually arms control issue, because I believe right now it's no longer sexy, you know, at this particular moment, but it's still important. You're right that the new start is expiring in March next year, and actually I believe that Russian position is that any kind of the new agreement should also include Britain and France. So I wonder what's the position of UK and France vis-a-vis any arms control this in Europe? Is there any climate even for any negotiations on that with Russia?
On this, I think, look, I'm going to come back to the fundamental premise of the state of the world that we live in right now. We've already heard an incredibly strong articulation about what we're up against, Russia and China. We can see where we sit here today in Warsaw, what has happened in Ukraine and Russian aggression on the continent of Europe, but actually I think it's a much more international conflict. We should just be honest about that with the Korean element and the Chinese element and things of that nature. I can say this from a public policy perspective in the United Kingdom. We stand very, very firm. I've already said my party's not in government, we're in opposition, but either way, there is no sentiment right now for reneging or going backwards or aggressing on the way where we are right now in terms of arming our countries, on our national security, on working and supporting our allies, doing great work as we are very strategically with the United States, back in NATO, and actually I will say this as well for the audience and on the record today. When we look at what is going on in Ukraine, this is a collective fight for us all, and it comes back to, we've heard about European values, well it comes back to collective values of sovereignty, freedoms, and all the wider values our countries have fought for many, many decades and generations. So look, from a public policy perspective in the United Kingdom, we're actually getting more robust and more stronger, and rightly so. We left the EU, but that doesn't mean we don't engage with our European neighbours and counterparts. We're at the helm of NATO. We're next door. We're working alongside our our American allies. And I would just also like to say that we've had a strong presence as well in the wider Indo-Pacific region. When you look at China and Taiwan, when you look at the work that we do with Five Eyes, which obviously is not just America, but it's also Australia and New Zealand, we are really integrated in such an intensive way that we have to think about all sorts of future scenarios. And this isn't, as I said, just about today or even tomorrow. We are working through endless scenarios constantly. So I think, you know, we are pretty robust, certainly from a United Kingdom perspective, in terms of where we stand. Arms control debates, by the way, come and go. But, you know, we have to look at it within the situational context of what we are facing and what challenges we are confronted by.
Arms control. Does any discussion on that make sense?
I mean, it's an old Russian tactics. It was already a Soviet tactics to try to include the French and the UK nuclear forces in the START negotiation, and it's a non-starter for us. And I saw that who is Lavrov maybe tried again yesterday to say so, but I mean it's a joke. You just don't take it seriously because he knows perfectly the answer. I mean we have a sufficient capability. I mean we have reduced. We have taken a lot of unilateral initiatives since the 90s in terms of disarmament, in terms of for the nuclear tries, for everything. So we are just at the sufficient level, what we called in France 300 something warheads, and that's it. So we don't see the point in being included in limitation of arsenals of 1,000 nuclear warheads. This is not the point. Just one point back, because I think it's very important, not on the semantics about tactical and strategic. France gave up a tactical approach back in the 80s, so it's quite a long time. Just to say, my point was, you know, we don't have to enter scenarios publicly because all the strategic ambiguity we have to keep about the use of nuclear weapons is part of the deterrence. But I would say, to caricature a bit, if Russians were to use or tempted to use tactical nuclear weapons, that would make a decision on the West quite easy, so to say. Because if they go nuclear, they expose themselves to the nuclear answer. And they know it. And they know it. Whereas the real dilemma would be a conventional attack. How do you respond to a conventional attack? Do we start conventional? Do we go immediately nuclear? This is more of a dilemma, so to say, in terms of response. Whereas any use of nuclear, be it limited, tactical, whatever you call it, would prompt a nuclear answer. This is part of the deterrence policy, and I think they know that. So indeed, they are posturing a lot about these tactical weapons, and I think we should not exclude the perception dimension, the public opinion dimension. They do that on purpose to frighten the people. Like we have tactical nuclear weapons which are, let's say, ordinary weapons with huge damage because nuclear word, you know. It's a nuclear weapon. So if you enter this dimension, you are exposed to an answer on the same level, and they know that. So I think there is a lot of posturing around it. We should take it seriously, though. I mean, don't get it wrong. I don't want to minimize the risk or the threat coming from them. But just to say that once again, nuclear is nuclear. They know that, and so far I think this mutual understanding of what it means has been kept, so to say.
Sure. Thank you for this clarification. Nuclear is nuclear, regardless 1 kiloton or 1 megaton. So I think it's very good observation. General Crew, my last question before I open it up to the audience for some questions. So please prepare if you have. I wonder what's your observation from the Zapad exercise. Actually, I don't want to go into military intelligence, but maybe you could share with us some, your observation how this nuclear dimension, was included into the Russian planning.
So nuclear exercise, as a matter of fact, they were not part of Zapad exercise. They were executed as a part of the planning, nuclear response to attack prior to Zapad exercise. And this part was a kind of strategic communication to the former Soviet states that are now part of this Russian-led cooperation of the former Soviet states or Union states. The communication we received from Russian and particular Belarusian side was very weak, and frankly speaking, they were talking only about the planning, nothing else, which was a little bit different than the cases from previous Zapad exercises. We assess this as an attempt to convince former Soviet republics that Russia still possesses influence, still can defend their regimes, still can be recognized as a world superpower, and will protect their sovereignty and independence. During the major part of exercise, Russian presented, they showed only capabilities and their weapon systems developed during the war against Ukraine. So this was a kind of test bed for them, to what extent other countries could align with their new tactics, new techniques, and of course all kinds of drones war was implemented during this exercise. However, coming back to your question concerning nuclear deterrence and how it plays now as far as nuclear deterrence discussion about limitations of nuclear capabilities, from my perspective, it is definitely critical to recognize that Russia use their capabilities not only as a deterrent factor per se, but also something they use every day in strategic communication. So I'm not so sure whether we play the same game to the same level as Russians do. However, during last years of war, they've been able to communicate more than 200 times that they possess nuclear weapons. They can use these nuclear weapons. They set the threshold of use of nuclear weapons. They even updated their nuclear deterrence policy last year. So that everything creates environment where Russia communicates that they are really capable, and this is still a threat for the security of the European nations.
Thank you, General. Also, one question here. Yeah, two questions, so we can have some time to grab two of them.
Thank you very much, Tomasz Wadowski. I have, in fact, one simple question regarding this, what Mr. Siewiera said, but also General. We're talking about American nuclear forces, UK forces, French forces. We also know that Russia threatens us very often that about nuclear strike. But why we wouldn't create European nuclear forces under common European command as a second leg of NATO's nuclear deterrence? This is my question.
So you went even further than our discussion. I see one question here and one question there, but please limit it to like 30 seconds if you can. There.
Hello, Maksymilian Skrzypczak, Układ Sił, Polish Geopolitical Magazine. My question is regarding the resolution of the problem of credibility with external deterrence, because a nation is, of course, willing to use nuclear weapons in its own defense, but when it's about defending others, there always arise questions whether, let's say, France or UK would be willing to really use nukes in retaliation for a nuclear strike, let's say, against Latvia. And when I pose this question to many French thinkers and also certain NATO officials, sometimes implicitly, sometimes explicitly, but they said that perhaps dealing with this dilemma is not so much about nuclear weapons, but perhaps about NATO finding a non-nuclear answer, and I believe one of you gentlemen mentioned it, a non-nuclear answer to Russian nuclear strike. That could be special operation forces on Russian territory, that could be long-range precision strikes on critical infrastructure, and perhaps in that way, if we can, let's say, threaten something that the Russian regime's values, let's say its own survival, we can actually deter Russia from a nuclear-first strike without having to back it up by real nuclear capability. Do you agree with that, or would you say that it has to be one by one, nuclear to nuclear? Thank you.
And last question from this gentleman. Please keep it very short.
Thank you very much. Tom Plant from the Ditchley Foundation. The Shadow Foreign Secretary mentioned collaboration with international partners, particularly France. And I think if I caught you correctly, you hinted at the possibility for expanded cooperation, which at the moment is programmatic. So I wanted to give you opportunities to expand on what that might mean. And then perhaps Mr. Danjean will give some reaction. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Erna about European approach.
So the European nuclear forces. I just said that I was afraid of that question. So there's a very good analysis in recent Foreign Affairs magazine, if you would like to dive into it, which analyzes the scenarios for Europe regarding the nuclear aspect. One is the increase of the arsenals of the nationals who have already the capabilities, like France and Great Britain. So, of course, number of warheads which is needed on the strategical level, and it's very good that there was a question about non-nuclear response to nuclear attack. This can be done only on the tactical level. So there is no way that strategic strike with the intercontinental ballistic missile with a warhead in it will be left unanswered on the strategical level. I think that we all agree on that. It's without a doubt. But discussion about the tactical response to some other form of nuclear attack simultaneously proves that there is some form of layer which we call a tactical, and Russia utilized that very effectively. But leaving aside this, let's get back to European approach. One is the policy of creating more strategical assets as the European deterrence based on national capacity of Great Britain and France, which already has those assets, but in very limited numbers. 300, I would say 260, and maybe 260 a few years. Many of them are during the service. The costs of this asset are tremendous. So the only way to do that is to contribute from the non-nuclear countries to those assets and count for the credibility of the owners of the weapon. It's up to you to assess how credible you assess it can be.
Oh, yes, I think we were not.
The second answer, okay, the second scenario is the European forces. This is based on the values. It always will be based on the values. So if we will find a way how to democratically and also culturally develop a strategic awareness and strategic culture of use of deterrence, nuclear strategic deterrence, within the broader community than just one nationality, we will have the credibility to develop the European answer in many decades. But it's not there yet. And this discussion is not there yet. The third is that some countries, and France knows exactly what I'm talking about because they were under huge pressure from European and transatlantic community when they decided to run for the nuclear weapon no matter what the Americans will say. Polynesia tests were the reason why France was struggling with the entire NATO. But they made it, they are the nuclear power, and they know that this is possible from a scratch. So the most important aspect is to maintain this debate in the Central Europe, like Finland, like Germany finally also discuss, like Poland started to discuss by the President Duda, but also Donald Tusk, Prime Minister.
Okay.
This discussion has to be ongoing.
Janek, we need to finish actually the last sentence from Patty, because there was a question directed to you.
Absolutely. So look, on capability, and this is also capacity, I should say this. So when I refer to expanding, this actually means protecting ourselves in terms of skills, capability, but also when it comes to sharing. I mean, I'll be very candid here. You know, when we're looking at the next generation of engineers, there are already discussions taking place to do much more work with America, for example. There are discussions taking place around how do you expand bases, all sorts of practical aspects around deterrence with other near neighbours. And that was a point that I was making. And Britain is in quite a unique position here because of the extent, and this is not just about nuclear, I'm talking about non-nuclear as well, when it comes to skills, capabilities and the work that we do, not just in NATO, but also enhancing everything in terms of deterrence, which can cover cyber, digital, you name it, but also next generation of weaponry, but also the skills training that we all need.
Thank you very much. I would say that we had like very rich discussion from strategic autonomy through tactical weapons to arms control. So thank you very much for that. Please join me in our applause for our panelists for what they did.
got back, the U.S. government never even once reached out and said, hey, would you like to go over some lessons learned? And I don't think that's happening anywhere. I don't think it's happening anywhere, not just with me, but with any of those people that have come home and with the Ukrainian troops on the ground. I don't think those lessons are being learned. And if they're not learned, we're going to repeat mistakes that are happening over there that happened in 2022. And so I think the first step is really getting involved with the ground level people and finding out what the actual hardships are. And that's how you solve the problems.
It's really been fascinating to speak with you. We've got about a minute left. I'm curious to just open it up to the floor if there are any questions. So if you just quickly say who you are and then keep the question short because I know the time is short.
Hello, I'm Bennett Murray. I used to be a war journalist. Now I'm a grad student studying war. I've been on the zero lines a bit, but not nearly as much as you have, obviously. I just wanted to ask you to explain quickly how the character of the war has changed from 2022 up until you left in 2025. Thank you.
I think the main thing that you can see is the reliance on drones, which I think started as a stopgap measure for artillery, the lack of artillery, right? So we can deliver ordnance with these things. But then the effectiveness of it made itself evident. So now you started to see, a lot of investment in that. And then I think on both sides you have a little bit of, where the attrition is high enough on both sides where training and things like that are starting to suffer because they don't have time. That I know for a fact. That's actually one of the things. The training has been an issue on the Ukrainian side long enough to where the troops are like, look, if we complain about this, we might get in trouble, but nobody can get pissed off at you. So if you get the opportunity, please mention that we need to improve our infantry training program and make it uniform across all units because it isn't. And that needs to be addressed.
My final question is, would you like to see Ukraine push Russia all the way back out of Ukrainian territory?
Oh, I'm a little too aggressive. I'd push them all the way back to the Volga River if I had the opportunity to. So,
that is the optimism that we'd like to see. Sir, Nate, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts. I hope everybody has appreciated it. It is from a very different part of the telescope that we're looking at from the other end. Having said that, I do hope that some of the thoughts and views that you picked up here, that the next time you see the other Mr. Vance, that you might be able to share not only your stories, but also the views here, that the more that America and Europe are on the same page, the more we will achieve that very aim that you spoke of. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we say thank you very much indeed to Nate? Thank you very much indeed.
All right. Well, thank you to Nate Vance and to Tobias Elwood for this powerful and eye-opening conversation on the hard lessons that Nate learned serving in the front lines of Ukraine's ongoing fight for survival and self-determination. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Warsaw Security Forum is pleased to partner with the European Values Center for Security Policy to bring you the last panel discussion of the second and final day of the 2025 defense track. Over the next hour, our panel will reflect on the current security challenges in East Asia and what European countries in particular can learn from the experience of Indo-Pacific partners such as Japan, South Korea, as well as Taiwan, on how to think about infrastructure, force projection, and deterrence vis-a-vis large and powerful neighbors, be they China or, of course, in our case, the Russian Federation, to maintain regional stability and to secure their territory from both ongoing and future threats. To moderate this next panel discussion, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Jakub Janda, Executive Director of the European Value Center for Security Policy. Jakub, please do join me on stage.
All right, good afternoon. Let us jump right into it. So I'm Jakub Janda, European Value Center for Security Policy. Just one sentence about us. We are the only European think tank with permanent presence in Taiwan. So if you visit Taiwan, you need to visit the general here, but you also need to visit us as gatekeepers of Europeans in Taipei. But what we're going to talk about today is the Asian insights for Europe. So what can we actually learn from activities in Asia, and how are these theaters interlinked? So let me introduce our speakers very quickly. First, on my left, retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. He is with the FDD, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, does a lot of wargaming on helping Taiwan to get ready. And he knows also the European theater quite well, so we'll be talking about it. To his left, Lieutenant General Yi Xing-Shir, Deputy Chief of General Staff for Intelligence in Taiwan, in the Taiwanese military. So we have one of the most senior officers to tell us about what Taiwan can see on the military side. On his left, retired General Philip Breedlove, former NATO Supreme Commander in Europe. So he will tell us about what he sees as what we as Europeans should be doing to be ready, because readiness is costly, as we all know. And Michael Coulter, he is with the Hanwha Global Defense, mainly working in South Korea, but he has the good outlook as a naval intelligence officer to really see where are we. So let me start first with Mark. And Mark, if you could put it up to 3 minutes, what do you think are the key lessons?
All right, thanks. Well, look, what I've been looking at, and I think what Jacob, you have as well, and what I think the Taiwan government's been looking at is that we're often like enticed by the most dangerous scenario, and we think about how do we stop a cross-strait invasion. The reality is China's most likely scenario is the one we need to learn from, and I think Europe can learn from a lot from it too, and you're experiencing it yourselves. And that's the idea of a cyber-enabled economic warfare campaign conducted by China against Taiwan. And what this does is it's an effort to put increased pressure on the society of Taiwan by attacking across all the sectors and using diplomatic, economic, and administrative tools, and China is very good at administrative tools, to pressure particularly the communications, energy, and financial services sectors. And all of them are vulnerable. And what you do is they increase the pressure slightly to pressurize Taiwan, but not get the United States or Japan or Australia to take action. And China is very good at controlling that rheostat. And from our biggest concern is probably in the energy sector. Just as background, they have their energy sector is about 50% LNG, liquid natural gas, 50% coal and renewables. And they have, Taiwan has a couple weeks of stowage of LNG. So if China can block 10 or 15 ships through political pressure on Qatar or missile closure areas around the ports, or stopping them for Coast Guard inspections, they'll very rapidly bring the LNG down to zero in Taiwan. And when you do that, Taiwan's going to have a tough choice. They lose 50% of their grid. Do they protect their society, hospitals, schools, homes, or do they protect industrial capacity, TSMC, UMC, and thousands of secondary suppliers? Most leaders, democratic leaders, will pick protecting society. And that now, a week or 2 week long problem in Taiwan is a year-long problem in Europe. Because if we lose access to TSMC, UMC, and their supply chain, that's not just the high-end chips in your phone. That's the legacy chips that proliferate everything else. There'll be a worldwide economic, recession at a minimum if we get at this. So that cyber-enabled economic warfare campaign, if executed by China to grab Taiwan without any damage, can leave the global economy with significant damage. And so that's what we're taking a look at. And I think we see the same issues, that kind of gray zone cyber-enabled economic warfare conducted by Russia, but not near to the degree that China is an expert at.
Thank you, Mark. This is exactly a good start to hear from the Taiwanese military intelligence chief. So, sir, what are you seeing?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me and our delegation here. It's truly an honor to thank you, particularly for Warsaw Security Forum, give us this opportunity to say ourselves, our story. Here's what I would suggest. Imagine a world that where two most powerful nations, China and Russia, united not by shared value, but by shared opposition and moving to lockstep to challenge today's global orders. And the thing I just said is not near possibility, it's what we're seeing right now. Why we have the concern of this, I will suggest there are 4 areas. Number one is their strategic alignment against stability. And we all know China and Russia openly reject the current international system, seeking their own version. And also their coordinated position in the UN Security Council block resolution aimed at ending conflicts or enforcing sanctions, leaving aggressors unchecked. And second concern is their military coordination across the flashpoints. China and Russia joint military drill in the Sea of Japan, South China Sea, and also at Arctic. These are not routine exercise. There's a deliberate signal of readiness of challenge the Western military presence. I mean, particularly Russia ongoing war in Ukraine, and China increasing pressure to us, Taiwan, and also South China Sea, create simultaneous crisis could overwhelm global security alliance. And third one will be the economy, as earlier, Mark, you just mentioned. China trade to Russia has surged, providing critical technology and industrial goods, and particularly energy purchase could create a huge impact for Western sanctions. And this economy support allowed Russia to sustain its military campaign longer and prolonging instability in Europe. And the last one is all this risk of coordinated escalation. Think about this. If China move on Taiwan while Russia increasingly their offensive in Ukraine, the world could face two fronts of geopolitical crisis, unprecedented in modern history. The scenario I just said is strained the diplomatic channel, risk of military miscalculation, and put our role to a closer, a wider conflict. So what should we do? I think our message is clear. We cannot afford complacency. The China and Russia partnership is not a benighting allies, it's a convergent axis of military, economy, political power. that undermine the foundation of global peace. In Europe today, you are fighting your own security, but with the help that you help us, I think we can prevent the possibility war in Indo-Pacific. So help us and help you. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you. I think we'll have a lot of discussion about it. General Brylov, what are you seeing?
So first of all, thanks for having me here. I'm going to approach this a little differently. I have about 4 or 5 really quick things to generate conversation and maybe to stimulate the questions later. The first thing that I would talk about is that it's not perfect in Asia either, but in Asia there is a better understanding of who the enemy is and the actions the enemy is taking, and that we are at war. Now, it may be more of a political and cognitive war right now, but there are certainly some kinetic actions also happening in the Pacific. But Pacific nations, by and large, understand that they have an enemy and they're at war. In NATO, this is not the case. We still have mixed feelings about what's happening in Ukraine and with Russia. And folks are slow and not always agreeing to label that a European war. And so the focus that the Asian nations bring to dealing with China, NATO could use a lot of the same kind of focus on understanding that Mr. Putin has never been a partner in peace. Mr. Putin is not now a partner in peace, and Mr. Putin will never be a partner in peace, and then taking actions accordingly. The second thing I would like to bring up is, and I'll talk primarily about America because I don't want to be critical of any of the nations represented in the audience, but in Asia they know how to do shipbuilding. They know how to build ships. They know how to get them on time and stay very close to the cost. I will tell you that in our country, we have completely lost the art of building ships on time and at cost. And we are fast losing that as an art and science in America. And we have to get on top of it because our country and the Western world need American ships as a part of the fleets that are sailing. The technologies, the capabilities, these are incredibly important to the West, and we have to get back on top of that. To the same remark is that in Asia, we have a much better, more capable set of nations when it comes to manufacturing and military industrial capabilities. And actually, we have countries that can surge during peacetime. We are fast finding in America and in many other Western countries that we do not have the capability to surge even to meet what's going on in Ukraine right now. So we have to address this in our military industrial complex, and we have to, in America, change laws to allow companies to actually build excess capacity. We have to figure out how to incentivize our companies to have excess capacity so that we can meet a wartime surge in capability. The last category is readiness. The United States Air Force just had its biggest exercise since Korea in Asia. And it was a huge exercise looking at everything from intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance to transportation down to fighter and strike ops. And what we have learned, and I'll just leave you with the 2 top observations that come out of that exercise. We need to push more supplies forward. I'm going to relate that to NATO in just a minute. We need to push supplies forward. And secondarily, something that we're actually good in the West, but we need to do more of it, is we need to push authorities down to make decisions and to make engagement decisions and to allow our really capable troops to do their job without having to phone home to someone to figure it out. So push out supplies, push down authorities. Push out supplies. Does anybody remember with me back in 2014 when the first invasion of Ukraine started? And we went to the Wales summit shortly after both Crimea and the Donbass were invaded. And one of the things we decided to do was put these enhanced units forward in the Baltic nations, in Poland, and other places. We actually put the units forward, but remember what we said we were going to do is push enhanced units forward, meaning taking their enablers like air defenses and artillery, and then taking the rounds of ammunition that they would need forward. We said we were going to do that. We've done a pretty good job of moving the troops forward. We have done a very poor job of moving the enhancing capabilities that we promised, and we're relearning that lesson right now in Asia. And the last thing I would say is a very personal observation. When I was a very young general officer, I commanded Luke Air Force Base. At Luke Air Force Base, we had 10 fighter squadrons, 216 F-16s on one Air Force base. 2 of those squadrons were Asian squadrons. We had a Singaporean squadron, and we had a Republic of China Taiwan squadron. I flew as an instructor pilot in that squadron with many of his friends. And what I learned from both Singapore and from Taiwan is they are investing in the readiness of their troops. Even at the time on the busiest F-16 base in our Air Force, their pilots were flying more than our pilots. They make decisions to keep the readiness of their troops up. When you have to fight tonight, readiness wins the war, not future plans. Say that one more time. When you have to fight tonight, readiness wins the war. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Michael, please.
Thank you. I appreciate Jacob having me and being able to address this forum. Going after 2 generals and an admiral, a general, and a supreme allied commander is a challenge because a lot of the good ideas have already been said. But let me focus my comments in a couple of different ways. From a geopolitical standpoint, this has been a great conference. I've been refreshed on views in Europe, but clearly challenging security environment, conflict on the doorstep, competition going around, but also the underpinnings of political uncertainty. And I think one of the takeaways for this panel is that picture is pretty similar in Asia. I mean, if you think about it, in Korea, Korean companies have been on war footing for 70 years, right? Because there is a neighbor with which we're still at war, and we need to create the capacity to protect ourselves. So in the region, there's active competition going on, which sometimes, as Phil mentioned, it even gets kinetic, right? So I think one takeaway is that site picture is similar. There's a lot of uncertainty, both from a conflict standpoint, but also from a political standpoint in Asia. One thing I would note, though, that is significantly different, and Phil mentioned this too, is that because Korea in particular, I'll speak for as a Korean CEO, Korea in particular, has been on a war footing for 70 years. It's caused the nation to act differently. When you're on a war footing, you have to invest in the capabilities that you have. So the industrial capability that is existent in Korea and some of the other Asian countries is significantly higher. From a commercial standpoint, we as a commercial company are also competing against very heavily subsidized Chinese shipyard and companies. And when you're competing against highly subsidized Chinese shipyards and companies, then you have to get incredibly efficient. It causes you as a company, as a nation, to invest in your technology, to invest in your efficiency. And similar to many countries in Europe, we also have a shrinking labor force, workforce. So how do you compete against heavily subsidized Chinese companies that are, you have to have the right technology, you have to be incredibly efficient. So when you think about from Europe what advantages there are there, that creates that industrial capacity, allows companies from Korea to deliver very quality products at very quick times with very high certainty that it's going to get there and be reliable, right? So from a commercial standpoint, from a business standpoint, I would take that note. I will take 1 second, self-serving from a Hanwha perspective, but the way Hanwha looks at the world is because there has been a lack in many parts of the world, Phil mentioned the United States and certainly some here in Europe, a lack of industrial capacity that is going to be rebuilt. Customers are looking for very quality product very quickly, but they're also looking for sovereign capability. This political discussion has meant that people are a little uncertain about what alliances are going to be there, what partners are going to be strong. So with that view of the world, Hanwha's strategy is to take all of the strength that we have in Korea and to create sovereign domestic capability in core markets. So in Australia, there are now 1,000 Australians that have taken RIP from Korea into Australia and are building, in my view, the best infantry fighting vehicle and self-propelled howitzer in the world for Australia and for export. Here in Poland, for years now, we've been working with Polish partners, with PGZ, with private companies, WB, and others, to create capacity to both produce and maintain product here in Poland. In the United States, Phil made the comment about shipbuilding in the United States. We acquired a shipyard last year. Our intent is to take the technology that we have from our shipyard in Korea and create that capacity to help meet the needs. So Hanwha's view of the world, and the reason there's an American CEO of a Korean aerospace and defense company, is we're going to evolve from being the leading aerospace and defense company in Korea, which we will still be, but we will be multi-domestic and create sovereign capability with partners. And here in Europe, the United States also, that is our view. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So since this is maybe one of the most, let's say, senior panel of military officers maybe in Central Europe this year, I think we really need to pick up the brains of which we have here on the panel. So I would really ask if there will be any questions in the audience, just raise your hands. I will give you a floor in a second. But first I want to ask Mark and then ask other panelists here. First with Mark, Mark, you do and we do sometimes together these war games about Taiwan. But usually the question is, does Europe actually have any role in all of that? So what do you think about it?
Obviously, I think they do. I wouldn't be here in Warsaw if I didn't think that. This is a great, Warsaw Security Forum is a great forum to talk about these issues. And it's hard. It's easy to think, Russia first. But Europe can't think Russia only. There is a lot Europe can do to help Taiwan, to help Japan, help Korea in a fight. But principally, I'm thinking about Taiwan. And I'll go from easiest to hardest. The easiest one's debunking. There's countries in Europe, particularly France and the UK, but there's others that have excellent debunking teams that can go out and call, bullcrap on Chinese influence operations and cognitive warfare going on, and they can assist the United States and Taiwan in doing that. And believe me, China is running that nonstop against Taiwan. They can help. There's companies here that can help with cyber and critical infrastructure protection. The same kind of attacks that you see on U.S. and European critical infrastructure is going on in spades on Taiwan's critical infrastructure. If you have a great tool, that tool will be good in Taiwan. Now we get to the hard ones. The hard one is the hard truth. The hard truth is one country sells Taiwan 99.9% of its foreign military sales, and that's the United States. Every other country, with very mild dual-use exceptions, every other country avoids selling to Taiwan. Europeans sell to some pretty sporty countries, right? So, in the Middle East and elsewhere. But somehow they draw the line on Taiwan and say, we won't do it. And we all know why they won't do it. It's because they're afraid of provoking China. But here's this crazy thing. The United States and a bunch of other countries are willing to go to war to protect Taiwan's ability to not be coerced, lose tens of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and airmen and Marines, but we're scared of provoking China. And if you've heard this story before, it sounds like March of 2022 in Europe, where we don't provide the right weapon systems to Ukraine for fear of provoking Russia. We have that same provocation problem. I say NATO should collectively agree to sell the weapons. 32 countries is a lot harder for China to push back on. There's money to be made here for European firms. We deliver about $4 to $6 billion a year worth of gear. They easily could use between $10 and $15 billion a year worth of gear as they increase their defense spending up to 5%, which is President Lai, the president of Taiwan's goal. That's a lot of opportunity for European firms to make money and provide support to a beleaguered democracy. But you have to do it collectively, because I know outside of Lithuania and Czechia, you're not going to do it individually. And unfortunately, neither of those countries runs a defense industrial base that's going to get those billions going. So for me, the biggest thing Europe can do is stop self-deterring, stop being cowed by Chinese provocations, and instead stand up for a beleaguered democracy.
Thank you. That's a great call to action. We can really clap, absolutely. I think message approved. So we can really start with the questions, if I can ask. You really pick up, yes, please here first. And if I can ask, quickly introduce yourself and a question, please, so that we use the time well.
Thank you. I'm Stephen McKelvey from Kennesaw State University in Georgia. I have a question for General Breedlove. Sir, you said that it would be good if the NATO alliance pushed authority downwards so that lower-level commanders could make authoritative decisions quickly. I wonder if this should apply to pilots who are on air policing missions, whether they should have the authority to shoot down Russian fighter jets who trespass into NATO airspace and then refuse to leave.
Thank you. Very good question here in Poland. Second and third there, if I can ask for the mic. And please, General Breedlove, if you can start answering or right away. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to go on record at saying we are in the wrong place right now. We should not be doing air policing. We should be doing air defense. Air policing is a peacetime mission. Do all of you think that we're at peace in Europe right now? No, we're not at peace in Europe right now. We need to get out of the peacetime construct and get into a more tactical wartime construct and have defensive counter-air rules of engagement so that we can engage in hostile acts. There's a lot of people in Europe that think that an air policing airplane can react to a hostile act. It can't. It can react if it's fired upon itself. Now, a sovereign airplane flying defensive or flying peacetime cap over their country, that's a different matter. But the bottom line is we should not be sending pilots into the air now with peacetime ROE when real bullets, real drones, real missiles are flying all over Europe.
Thank you, sir. Next question, please.
Okay, Ray Wojcik from the Kościuszko chain in Warsaw. My question for the whole group is if you had a chance to visit the White House and talk to President Trump about what's happening in Europe with vis-a-vis Ukraine and then forward defense that General Breedlove was referring to, and you had a moment to explain to the President and to the White House staff why defense of Asia is coupled and directly linked to what we're doing in Europe, what would be the points of strengthening our presence or having the right presence still in Europe? What is the point of that and how we say we're going to defend against China by doing these 3 or 4 things in Europe? How would we explain that to the President?
Thank you.
I'll jump first and say, look, our posture in Europe is broadly, 55 to 60,000 forward station forces. They're the backbone of NATO. They can't go. That is how NATO can reply to a significant action by Russia. They are the enabling forces that General Breedlove was referring to earlier. They're the targeting capabilities. They're the logistics capabilities. They're the enablers that allow the divisions that we keep in continental United States to come out and fight. So those need to be, if we are a member of NATO and we're going to meet our Article 5 requirements, those need to be protected. The other group that needs to be protected are these rotational forces in the Baltics and in Romania, Bulgaria that are a very small number that constitute about 15 to 17,000 troops, which is a very small percentage of our overall force posture, under 0.1%. Those forces are the ones that deter Russia in specific places, the Baltics, Poland, Romania, and elsewhere. Very small numbers achieve very large results. So what we're doing with our forces in Europe is actually allowing us to have a much larger force presence pushed into the Pacific. Forward stationed forces and permanently rotating forces actually provide readiness for your home units, and they provide your ability to project power further in the Pacific. And the other thing I would tell them is keep your munitions forward, restock, rearm, both in Asia and the Pacific. There is a natural tendency to want to keep things in the continental United States so you can, quote, swing them. What I found out in swinging is you end up reducing them. And while we swung for munitions for 20 years, we reduced our stockpiles from 75% of perfect to 25% of perfect over a 20-year period. And so I would keep my munitions forward where the forces can use them.
Who else wants to respond? General?
So I would just make a point about what is our policy and what is our strategy. And I'm often asked when I lecture at university about, well, what's our policy towards Ukraine? Because there's a lot of people in America that don't know what our policy is about Ukraine. And that's because we don't have a clear policy about Ukraine in America. And when we get into the conversation, they ask about our policy towards Taiwan and our policy towards North Korea and all of these things. And I remind them that they can go online and find these policies, but they don't mean a thing. Our policy towards Taiwan is being written every day in Ukraine. Our enemies around the world are looking at what the West is doing in Ukraine, and that's what they probably should expect from the West when it comes to their country. You probably had the same mother I did. She said, people don't care what you say, they're going to watch what you do. And so the world is watching what we're doing in Ukraine, and our policies are being written there every day.
Thank you.
I will stay out of the politics. We're spending a lot of time with President Trump's team, but it's all about shipbuilding. So I don't plan to lecture him on politics.
Okay. Next questions. I saw there and then in the front here.
Thank you so much. My name is Antonia. I work at the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. I come from Romania. My question is regarding NATO's China policy. We have seen some, I think, critical developments with the new strategic concept agreed in 2022, where we have China mentioned for the first time. Then in 2024, the allies agreed that China is a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine. However, with this new administration, we didn't see the same level of engagement, nor in the statement after the Hague summit, nor in the dialogue with the IP4 countries that used to be present at these summits as well. So I'm wondering, why do you think the Trump administration is not using NATO to get a united front on China with its European allies?
Thank you. Fair question. Who wants to tackle it? Maybe just one of you is enough, but as you want.
I'll give that a try. Well, first, I think there was also not near enough reference to Russia in the NATO announcement. I think this has as much to do, my personal opinion is we're very slow to acknowledge, collectively NATO, that we're at war with, that Ukraine is at war with China. Ukraine is at war with Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China. And of those, Russia's obviously the biggest belligerent. But China's actually the next biggest belligerent because they backstop the Russian war machine. The Russian war machine would not exist without 40+% increases in imports and exports with Russia, without the microelectronics that enable the cruise and ballistic missiles that are hitting Kiev and other cities every day. NATO needs to do a much clearer job of saying China is a belligerent in this war against Ukraine, a war that Europe and NATO have identified as a threat to our security. And so from my perspective, it's a lost opportunity. I think the China issue was just a smaller included case of not wanting to address Russia enough in the statements.
Thank you. Next question here. I see Dr. Xi of Taiwan. Thank you. And then we'll go to the second and third round.
Su Chen-Shu from National Security Council of Taiwan. There's a question I found pretty intriguing. That is, it seems to me Russia is learning from China in conducting what we call gray zone tactics right now. So the gray zone is something that is very vague. It's not necessarily kinetic. For example, deploying the unmanned system into your air territory. But according to international law, it could be, not very clear whether you should shoot it down. But that tactics aims at not only wearing us down, but also testing our vulnerability, and when possible, driving wedges among ourselves. So if we see, as like General Brilov said, as a normal, that's exactly what they want to create, a new normal. And then you become numb of it. But if you shoot down right now, it could be intriguing of unnecessary or unwanted escalation of tension. So what should we do about it?
Thank you. So who wants to respond to it? Okay, first. I love the Taiwan dialogue here, Reno.
No, I am not answering the Taiwan question, but I will try to provide some facts. Actually, for Taiwan M&D Act, we do an analysis for the gray zone operations to different 6 types of the operation. One is lawfare, and we all see what happens that they use not just Russia and China, and the other one is deception. Deception is very important concept because, we can be divided, and I like this times on the bottom of this. Actually, yesterday said, "Divided, we fall," and keep that in mind. We will not be divided. That's the second one. And the third one will be deplete. Use General Brilov that your earlier mentioned. 100 of the drones. They are not just trying to escalate to a big war, but deplete all the resources, your energy. And if you let your guard down, they will continue to use other things to coerce your military readiness. Then the next one will be contain. And contain one, and they will force you to make unnecessary actions. They will use that as an excuse to launch some unintentional large-scale conflict. I think we would like to suggest you to consider this is a dangers of the gray zone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to respond?
Just real quick. Clausewitz, Sun Tzu, Jomini, all of the great thinkers about war said this in their own language, essentially, and that is, the enemy gets a vote. Our enemies are at war with us. Our enemies are at war with us. Many of our nations talk about we're in competition with them. Here's a fact. If our enemy is at war and we are competing, we are losing. Get that? If our enemy's at war and we're competing, we are losing. And so I would just offer that one of the first things we have to do is understand that we are in war, and then start making decisions along those lines. In the beginning of the early months of 2014, we put forward proposals for CAP, combat air patrol, and other measures that would, we thought, be non-escalatory. The decision was made that if we did that, it would escalate the war. So we took no action. And Russia, they escalated and escalated and escalated. So what we know is what we did not work. What we'll never know is if we had taken those actions, would it have worked? So I'll just close by saying, if your enemy is at war and you are competing, you're losing.
Thank you. So let's collect 3 questions at a time. So 1, 2, and 3 there. So could we start first? Try to keep it short. I know it's tempting to use a comment and pose it as a question. I know I do it all the time, but please try. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to say something shocking, which is we really screwed up on Ukraine because we spent too much time talking about what we won't do. Putin never had to worry about whether he was going to provoke any kind of a confrontation because we practically wrote the battle plan for him. So what are the lessons learned from that for Taiwan? What do we want to make sure we don't repeat?
Thank you. Very good question. Second there in the middle, if I may ask, and third gentleman over there. So in the middle, please. Thank you.
So China is definitely not only an economic threat. We see Chinese drones in Europe, FK3 system in Serbia. Serbia and China just had a military exercise. How is Europe going to respond to China's security posture in Europe?
And could you just briefly introduce yourself? I forgot to ask. Yeah.
Ivana Stradner from FDD.
Thank you. And the third question right there, please. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Hugo von Essen from the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies, the Swedish think tank. So one of the things we focus on is the cooperation between Russia and China, and we have this long-standing project now. We just launched a digital dashboard a couple of months ago, if I can do some shameless advertisement for this, where we follow Russia-China ties. We've talked a lot about how China is enabling Russia, amplifying the Russian threat against European security. That's relevant for us here in Poland. But one of the things more long-term, which we're trying to look at increasingly, is the opposite. How could and is Russia amplifying the Chinese threat against Asian security? What role is Russia playing today to help strengthen China? And in the future, in various different conflict scenarios, what role could Russia play for China there? Thank you.
Thank you. 3 quite quick questions. So pick any of those you want, if there are any. Mark, you want to start?
I'm going to take that last one first and just say, I agree with you. We're studying this as well. We've found about 800 instances of exchange, military, economic, or intelligence exchange between them and support. But what's really happened is over the first 2 years, I think, was a lot of economic support. But as Russia became the weaker and weaker party in this partnership, they've had to give up more. And the things that worry me the most is the alleged, the Indo-Pacific commander mentioned it once and hasn't mentioned it since, transfer of submarine quieting technology. That is the Rosetta Stone for the U.S. military in the Pacific. We need F-35s and submarines to work. And if our submarines are losing their advantage over Chinese submarines, that's a serious issue. So that's number one. And Russia's held off on giving that for decades. Number 2 is the recent RUSI report on the transfer of both technology and equipment for the conduct of the airborne part of a cross-strait invasion. That's hard to do. The cross-strait invasion's really damn hard, and it's more likely to end up in Gallipoli than it is in Incheon currently. But the more Russia transfers technology, and Russia is a very good airborne military. They had a bad day in Ukraine in February of 2022, but they're a very good airborne military. And so those 2 things alone should worry us. And Putin is becoming more and more the junior little brother partner in this relationship. And if you're in that position and you have something of value, your big brother is going to take it from you. And so I'm very worried about where this is heading. It absolutely is affecting the balance of power That first one is between the U.S. and China. The second one is really between Taiwan and China. And in both cases, it gives China a significant step-ups.
Thank you. General?
I'd like to hit just really quick Serbia and then answer your larger question. Few Europeans and almost zero Americans understand who's doing the most work in Serbia. Who would that be? The United States of America. The Serbian military does about 2 big exercises with Russia a year. Serbia has a state partnership with the U.S. Army and Air Force National Guard. They do between 22 and 26 exercises a year in Serbia. So why do I bring this up? The way we fix China and Russia, in my opinion, is that we have to engage in these countries, like Serbia. We need to be doing things with them to try to help share some of their, to share values and things. And why do I bring this up? Right now, my country is withdrawing rather than moving forward and engaging. And I think moving forward and engaging is the answer.
Hey, can I add one thing on Serbia? I will say I agree with you that it's important for the United States to stay forward and engage. But I think we need to demand from Serbia that Vucic and his side thug Dudik play a less disruptive role in the Balkans. They have not been contributors for peace. So while I do believe that training the Serbian military has value and making sure that they have the values of the U.S. military, I think we have to pull a very hard line with the Serbian political leadership that their behavior is unacceptable. I think both Russia and China initiate some of this bad behavior, but it's also intrinsic to the Balkans. And Serbia needs to be a more productive partner in bringing both Serbia and Kosovo into the European Union.
Thank you. General, do you want to respond? Okay.
To answer the first question the gentleman asked, I think that Taiwan, what we can share to the Europe, perhaps I would suggest what we can learn from Europe, or we can share some of the lessons. I think this is very valuable for both sides. For example, like we have allocate certain budget for our mobile defense system, for example, like coastal missile, and invest to procure a large quantity of them drones. And second, it will be we do continually hardening our infrastructure, for example, like cyber and others communications, because we understand if the day happens, we may lose all our communication. And the third one is probably we have the best, because the gray zone operation, we've been dealing with China gray zone operation over years. There's a tremendous how we counter disinformation that we can share to Europe, and also how we can do, not just benefit for us, but also benefit for the European nation, because you will be targeted by not just for China, but also by Russia, because they want you to keep silent while they are trying to do something bad together. So that's something that I think we can like to share with you or learn from you, particularly if there's a chance that we can look for a co-production or joint venture. I think that is something we can learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
I might just mention, it's worth looking at it from a business perspective too, a commercial perspective. So, I mean, a lot of these systems are operating in both theaters, right? I mean, the K9, which is our self-propelled howitzer, is also the most proliferated howitzer in Europe, for instance. So I think from a capability standpoint, we're certainly learning lessons across both theaters. We've heard a lot of discussion last day or two about need for more industrial capacity. Navy panel this morning about federated shipbuilding and shipyards working together. If we just do more of the same, and this is not Europe specific, if we just do more of the same industrially with the threat picture the way it is and changing so quickly, we're going to fail. We need to figure out how we build at scale. We learn quickly and iterate, and involve new technologies fast. So I respectfully suggest for the group that there are great lessons working with Korean, Japanese, other companies to take from that. While at the same time, as from European defense and sovereign capability, there should be an insistence that it be done here.
Thank you. We have time for roughly 2 questions. I see one and second over there.
Thanks. Yes, Richard Walker from Deutsche Welle. Chinese nuclear weapons, I just wanted to ask about that. A tiny little topic near the end. They're expanding very rapidly. Thoughts on the best American response towards that? And in terms of kind of learnings from the Ukraine war, arguably Russia's nuclear threats have been extremely effective. What do you guys think the Chinese are learning from that? And what would be learnings for us about how to blunt those threats' effectiveness if they did come to use in a Taiwan scenario? Thanks.
Thank you. Second question, please.
Hi, Virginia Allen. I'm a reporter with the Daily Signal. We're based out of Washington, D.C. So obviously lots of conversation about Taiwan, China. At the end of the day, the greatest concern and threat is that we'll get to a point where China is willing to invade Taiwan. What would need to happen or not happen for us to get to that point where China would say, yes, the benefit is greater than the risk to launch an invasion?
And maybe can we pick up the very last question there, and then each of you will get 1 minute to tell you all the answers.
Chris Zaleski from Boehm Institute. We are a think tank specialized in Polish relations with Asia. And I have a very specific question about industry. We observe every month that China is putting more and more American-based companies on the blacklist, and that they are to choose between supporting Taiwan and cooperation with Taiwan in this kind of dual-use technologies. And my question is how effective this strategy is from the Taiwanese perspective and from the American perspective. So does the blacklisting strategy work on the commercial side of the military?
Thank you. So each of you get 1 minute. Answer anything you want, or give me 1 or 2 action points what you think Europeans should be doing. Mark, please.
So I'll start with, I'll take the question on the U.S. being ready for Taiwan. Look, what we need to continue to replenish our munitions. The greatest thing, the most positive thing that's happened for U.S. military readiness in the Pacific was the invasion of Ukraine. I know Bridge Colby doesn't understand this, but our munitions are down around 25%, including our munitions for the Pacific. That has changed dramatically over the last 3 years, and we're getting those munition levels up. We need to be ready for this. The other things we need to do is train with Taiwan, as Congress has ordered. We haven't done that. We're supposed to fight alongside them, but for 50 years we've ignored them. We have to break that chain, and then we need the Europeans to join us in selling weapons so that Taiwan has sufficient weapons of their own to hold off Taiwan to the U.S. and potentially Japanese or Australian forces can get there. So there's a lot of things that can be done, and we can move 2027 to 2030 or 2031. So from my perspective, that's the most important thing. I'll take my last 20 seconds to say that the blacklist, the listing of Chinese companies is good and effective. It'd be better if the United States created one list and ran it out of one agency and didn't need Congress to order them to put people on lists. It's obvious to me that state-owned enterprises are both making it hard for U.S. companies to compete, hard for European companies to compete with unfair and unlevel playing fields. But in addition, there's a military civilian nexus, and they've announced it in civil-military fusion that allows them to take the technology that they develop in the United States and in Europe and make their weapon systems better. So from my perspective, they're an adversary. We should not give them technology that they can use to develop weapons to defeat us, and we shouldn't give them monopolies over equipment like LiDAR, drones, 5G that we need to fight ourselves.
Thank you, Mark. General, please.
Well, since I only have 1 minute, I have to deliver some of the message I think is important for us. One is we're all faced, Ukraine been fighting their war for over 3 years. So we wish their victories. That's number one. Number two is we honor their sacrifice, and we also try to do our best whatever we can. And third one is there's so many things that we can learn from the Ukrainian theater that could elevate our overall readiness. And the last one will be we have to do this because the defeat of the Ukraine, that will signal China take more aggression to Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. General Breedlove.
In a derivative way, I'd like to address this question over here by talking just a minute about deterrence. I think there's 4 levels of deterrence. We have still a good strategic nuclear deterrent out there. The world understands that. I think that we still have tactical nuclear deterrence, but that deterrence is fading, and we need to reestablish that deterrence in this world. Mr. Putin lowers that bar every time he talks, he talks about nukes. Conventional deterrence, it seems that we still have good conventional deterrence inside NATO nations. We have 0 conventional deterrence outside NATO nations. Our leaders said over and over and over, we will defend every inch of NATO. What Mr. Putin heard every time they said was, everybody else is fair game. And so we've got to reestablish conventional deterrence outside of NATO. And then I would tell you, someone brought up earlier the gray zone, or as NATO likes to call it, the hybrid war. I call it the war below the lines. We have 0 deterrence in the gray zone, war below the lines. We've got to figure out how to do that.
Thank you, sir. Michael?
Yeah, just a couple comments. So one specific to nuclear weapons. In Korea, we work with the Korean government, the Korean Navy, because we have a nuclear neighbor. And the way we decided to go about it, my predecessors decided to go about it, was submarine-launched ballistic missiles, VLS. So actually the KSS-3 that we're talking about here in Poland, not so dissimilar a problem, right? As we're talking to the Polish Navy about it, we've got a neighbor, we want to hold them at bay, we understand they have nuclear weapons, and how do we address that? So from a technology standpoint, that's at least how we think about it. I would just like to make one last comment, because this is rightfully focused on the big political challenges. But I've spent my 35-year career, 40-year career at this point in security cooperation, and passionate about it from a government side, military side, and now industry side. At a time like now, when political sort of structures and alliances are really shaken, my observation is that if you create economic bonds between countries, wherever they be, that is significant. I think back to, Phil, you remember the Dubai Ports World, right? There was a significant fissure between the US at the time and the UAE because there were no economic ties. And the UAE very strategically went about building economic ties and over decades. And now I think it has the largest business council in DC, right? And these ties, and it's a much tougher relationship. So I give you that by way of background and saying at a time like now, when political fissures are deep, we should be looking for expanding partnerships and for deepening economic cooperation. And that will mean no matter what conflict comes next, or no matter what political changes come next, you're toughened to endure those challenges. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was our panel. And should we hope and support Ukraine in winning and Taiwan in rightly defending itself? Thank you.
Well, thank you to Jakub Janda, the European Values Center for Security Policy, and our distinguished panelists, of course, for their generous and thought-provoking reflections on what we can learn from developments in the Pacific theater as applicable to ongoing conversations about European continental security and defense, and of course, as we heard, vice versa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that panel formally concluded the defense track of the 12th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. It has been our privilege to spend the last 2 days together and reflect on such a wide-ranging topics of discussion. In 2 days, we spoke in depth about ongoing security threats and related developments here in Europe, how to think about the future of continental defense against the backdrop of intensifying threats to the region, and at a time when the broader strategic landscape, including U.S. strategic priorities, remain in flux. Whether it's about rebuilding Europe's land power dimension, strengthening its air and missile defenses, industrial production capacity, technological innovation and transformation, or conventional, hybrid, and nuclear threats, or lessons yet to be learned from the front lines of Ukraine, there is no question that this is a momentous time for Europe and the Transatlantic Alliance, and that a lot of work still lies ahead. Without question, the challenges and opportunities that this moment presents are countless, and many of these questions are still looking for answers. But the overarching message that we heard is that European countries can and must come together to race to the moment and, through cooperation, integration, and collaboration, secure the continent from future and current threats while upholding international law, sustaining diplomatic efforts, and staying true to the very values that bind them together and they're seeking to defend. It has been my privilege to accompany you over the last 2 days as your Master of Ceremony. We hope you have enjoyed the discussion and that we have challenged you to think about the role that each one of us here in Warsaw and elsewhere can and must play in this challenging security environment. Because, as you've heard, true security and defense can only exist if it takes root at the ecosystem level. So thank you once again for joining the 12th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum, and we look forward to welcoming you back in a year's time to take stock of progress and to continue the conversation.
In the heart of the Cold War, during a challenging time for Poland, a figure emerged who changed the course of history. This was General Ryszard Kuklinski, the first Polish officer in NATO, who bravely acted in the interest of our nation's freedom and security. His determination and sacrifice led to the acquisition of valuable information that helped counter the threat from the Eastern Bloc. In early 1970s, driven by patriotism and a vision for a better future, Kuklinski decided to work with U.S. intelligence. His actions, often fraught with risk, gave Poland a chance to avoid the worst consequences of the conflict. This is why later, General Ryszard Kuklinski was awarded the CIA Medal for his exceptional bravery and contribution to the fight for freedom. Today, in honor of his legacy, the Jack Strong Foundation was established. The foundation's aim is not only to commemorate Kuklinski's achievements, but also to support efforts towards education, patriotism, and international integration. Thanks to its initiatives, new generations can learn about Poland's history and understand the values for which the general fought. We encourage everyone to support the Jack Strong Foundation. Every contribution, no matter how small, helps in fulfilling its mission. Let's work together to build a future founded on knowledge, freedom, and unity. Thank you for your attention and support.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Jack Strong Award ceremony. Welcome to the afternoon of the second day of the Warsaw Security Forum, and what an event this has been. We've had so many tremendous guests, so many important figures of international politics, of international security, key people in Europe, key people from the United States, which is extremely important for everyone here at the Pulaski Foundation, because as I'm sure all of you know, the transatlantic relation lies at the very, very heart of what we believe in very truly at the Pulaski Foundation, what we have been working towards for many, many years. My name is Marcin Burzański. I'm a senior advisor at the foundation and very happy to be coming here. I'm in Brussels these days, but I'm always back in Warsaw for the Warsaw Security Forum. And I have the great, great privilege for the second time to open and moderate this ceremony, which is very, very special to me because of the great message that it brings. Let me tell you a few words about the Jack Strong Foundation. So many of you might have heard Jack Strong. What is it about? Who is the person behind this? Well, Jack Strong was the synonym of General Ryszard Kuklinski. Who was General Ryszard Kuklinski? Well, if any of you don't know him, and I think most of you have heard of him, he was probably one of the most incredible, bravest warriors during the Cold War that helped to tear down the walls of the Soviet Union. He was quoted several times by US leaders, by President Reagan, by leaders of the Central Intelligence Agency as the most valuable and engaged person who delivered information to protect Poland, to protect Polish citizens from being the victims of a potential nuclear attack or a potential full-scale invasion that the Russians have been planning. And this was instrumental in Reagan increasing his work, his political engagement, his work with allies in Europe and NATO to really put the pressure down, to increase the pressure and what we've seen in the 80s leading to our freedom today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a very important lesson to remember because today we're facing a similar challenge. We have to step up again to the Russian oppressiveness, imperialism, and in Poland, we know this very, very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jack Strong Foundation is also close to my heart, because as a sailor, it's related to a ship. Ryszard Kuklinski was a sailor, and he sailed on a beautiful wooden ship, and many people don't know this, but he organized with his buddies in the Polish military, the planners, sailing around the coast of Europe, and when he sailed to the Netherlands, he went to do shopping for his wife, and this is how he contacted the US representatives, diplomatic representatives, how he opened the channels. And he continued this communication under incredible situations. I mean, this is craft at the top of what you can imagine, risking his family, risking his life. And he did it very, very successfully. Now, his yacht is now being rebuilt by the Jack Strong Foundation to be a testament to the values that stood behind General Kuklinski, to show young people from Poland, from Europe, from the US, to bring them up, take them on different cruises and learn about responsibility, about being brave, about looking at your own future, about care for society, about the values that should underpin the transatlantic relation. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, something that the Jack Strong Foundation has at its core. And in order to promote this vision, to promote those values, together with the Pulaski Foundation, it established last year the Jack Strong Award to people, to individuals, to true leaders which exemplify those values. Before I conclude my opening, I'd like to recognize that we have with us in the room the first recipient of the award from last year, General Ben Hodges. It's a great, great pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a truly remarkable person who will receive the award this year. I will introduce, and it's a great honor and pleasure for me, to tell you that the award will be given to Madam Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher, who is a tremendous friend of Poland and has done so much, but there are people who will tell you about this who know so much more than I. But in order to do that, first I'd really like to ask you for the first round of applause and to invite Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher to the stage. Ambassador, please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we fought long who would be the best person to deliver the laudation, to tell us why Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher has been chosen as a recipient of the award. And you know, we did call up President Trump. He wasn't available to fly in. We're very, very sorry. But we thought that it would be actually best coming from a close friend who knows your work so well, what you've done in Poland. And for that, I'd like to invite to the stage a member of the award committee of the Jack Strong Award, Jack Strong Foundation Award, and a now, I think, former chairman, but now a board member of the Polish-American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Tony Hausch. Tony, please join us to give the laudation. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to see you all here, and for such a great occasion. A year ago, we were here, and it was a great pleasure for the awards committee to recognize General Ben Hodges, and it's tremendous to see Ben here in the room. We don't have another one for you this year, though, Ben, but maybe next year. But it is tremendous to see you all here, and I am delighted to have a chance to say just a few words about my friend, Georgette Mosbacher. I met Georgette when she arrived in Poland, and we had a pleasant conversation, I think, for about a minute, and then she said, let's get to business. And she had an agenda of things that needed to be done, and I think we managed to accomplish quite a few of those during your tenure here. But I think it's important when we look at the tenure that Georgette had here in Poland. not only did she come as Europe, as Poland, were looking at this new type of American president, wondering what would happen, what the relationships would be. And I think Georgette came in and she said, first and foremost, the U.S.-Poland relationship is vital to our transatlantic partnership, to European security, and she worked on that every single day that she was here and has continued to do so since then. But I just wanted to mention a couple of things that would make any ambassador's record very proud. Poland entered the visa waiver program under Ambassador Mosbacher's leadership. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Treaty was signed. The initial agreements on civilian nuclear power were signed. As was mentioned, 5 Corps was stood up in Poznan here with the forward headquarters here. Additional commitment to the rotation of U.S. troops, defense modernization sales, support for a whole range of American businesses here that are making contributions to the economy. And Georgette brought tireless energy to that. And following the completion of her tenure here in Warsaw, she's continued to be involved in U.S.-Poland relations. I have the great pleasure of working with her as well through the Atlantic Council. She is a tremendous voice for U.S. support for the 3 Cs initiatives and for many of the activities that the Council does here, and then be able to partner with great organizations like the Pulaski Foundation and, of course, the Jack Strong Foundation. So it's a complete pleasure to be here tonight and be able to say a few words about Georgette. But most importantly, I think any of you who've ever met Ambassador Mosbacher know that she's straight talking, but she does things, and she does things with passion, and she brings that passion to the U.S.-Poland relationship. And I think that our relationship and our 2 countries' ability to deal with the challenges ahead are stronger because we have voices and hearts like Georgette's. Georgette? Not yet. I just wanted to say, but now I would, I think with Marcin, and I think to ask the members of the awards committee to join us on stage. Is that the right step next?
Yes, it is. Let me introduce them as well, and you can stay here, Tony, already with us. I'll ask the members of the award committee. Please, Zbigniew Pisarski, president of the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation. I have Tony here, but you're already with us. Adam Sobczak, who's a very famous Polish entrepreneur, also one of the founders of Jack Strong Foundation. Adam, great to be with us. I might add that Adam has created the biggest charitable giving website in Poland as a side project.
7 million participants.
We do have also with us Dariusz Pokrawski, who's also a businessman and on the committee of the foundation and a major donor. And finally, Leszek Pochroń-Frankowski, who's the president of the Jack Strong Foundation. Please join us all on stage. And maybe pass to Tony. Ambassador, now we'll invite you, please.
On behalf of the awards committee from the Jack Strong Foundation, this is the 2025 Jack Strong Award, and it is for exceptional people who make exceptional contributions, and it is our great pleasure to present this to you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ambassador.
First of all, I have to say, for me to get this award after a true American hero, General Hodges, got this award last year, and for me to get it this year following truly a great American hero. General, I'm honored to follow you in this moment. I've got some remarks here, but I've just got to see if I can get through them. First of all, I want to thank the Jack Strong Foundation and the Pulaski Foundation very much for this award. And to all of you who are here to share this with me. I thank you. In fact, I'm not going to do my notes. I'm going to say that I first read the book, Jack Strong, good 15 years ago. And then I saw the movie, I think it was 2014. And in all due respect, that movie doesn't do him true justice. This man for 10 years put his life on the line every single day. He brought down the Iron Curtain, and that's not an exaggeration. Ronald Reagan told everyone that. Star Wars was created because of the intel that General Kuklinski gave him. For me to tell you that my time in Warsaw was the highlight of my life. The Polish people welcomed me. You know, there's so many places in Europe that they beat up Americans, but not here. You all embraced me, and Poland's in my heart. I have to say that everything we were able to accomplish, I have to thank President Trump because he said, go do the job. And he said, Poland is our most important ally. It is the eastern flank of NATO. And he knew. And I came here and worked with these so many incredible people, and that supported me and made it possible for me to do all that we've done here. And today, if you had told me when I left that there would be a war in Ukraine, when I put up the 5th Corps headquarters, General, to the Defense Cooperation Agreement, the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life, I would not have believed you. It's the 21st century, 2025, and to see people dying, being killed, and property demolished. But the reason democracy will continue is because there are people like General Kuklinski that don't know where they come from, but they rise to the occasion in a way that even our imaginations. When I tell you that every day for 10 years, he didn't know. He would wake up in the morning, would that be the day that he'd be caught and killed? He barely made it out. And then the rest of the story about his 2 sons is a sad story, tragic. So he really did. When it comes to Central Eastern Europe, when it comes to Poland's freedom, Jack Strong was responsible for making that happen. For me to get this award in his name is far, far beyond my contribution. I'm honored, I'm humbled by this, and I cherish this, and I thank you all for making this possible, a moment I will never forget. To all of you who are here to share it with me, thank you, and there's no getting rid of me, because I love Poland, and I will continue to do everything I can to make sure that our relationship stays strong and that Poland stays free. Thank you. We are very just asked, I can take a ride on it.
Thank you, Madam. Now you're on the mission. You are.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much for coming and staying with us for this important ceremony. And another round of applause for Ambassador.